Hello. Hi, hi. How are you doing? Welcome. Welcome, welcome. What? Hope you are doing good. Hello. Hi, Magpie. Hi, Narix. Hi, Forgetful. How's your Kaisen? Oh, Kaisen MS. Oh, Maple, only stream it once, no issue with the warning of flags. I mean, so far, no, but I also changed Maple. I changed to Dream MS. Okay, the thing is, I changed to Dream MS. It's harder to level, yes. Harder than Kaizen, but there's a lot of quality of life changes for Dream MS more than Kaizen actually. And oh crap, I forgot to change. Thank you, Jameson. Okay, there we go, I changed it. Yeah, I changed it. Kaizen, so Ivan in Kaizen is not finished. I say that because the main story for Ivan is not even like finished yet. It stopped at me destroying the snow cave thingy, and after that there's just no story anymore. And I kind of want more, right? And also, when it comes to Ivan's skills, you can only do it grounded, which is fair. But in Dream MS, you can jump teleport, you can jump teleport, you can jump ice breath, stuff like that, and skills are a lot faster. It's not like I hit them once, I hit them once, they hit me once, something like that. So it's a little bit, it's more viable, I would say, and plays a lot more easier. And the cash is easier to earn, not just by voting. There's also like the weekly quest thing that gives you 30k once you're done. Yeah, something like that. Snow cave thing. Yeah, when we first met with Alfred. Was it Alfred? Yeah, I think it's Alfred. The first Onyx Dragon of all. That part. Like we got used by Black Mage and stuff like that. Something like that. So yeah, I changed to Dream MS. So far, my PC seems fine, and everything seems normal. No red flags or something like that. So yeah, again, if you want to play Maple private server, then yeah, play at your own risk. Yeah. Hi, Dragon Colony. Can only run both pets. Well, it's not much since I'm kind of like flat, but I can still do like this and this. Yeah. Okay, Alfred and Fruit. Oh, I got wrong one letter. It's okay, only one letter. Oh, I got gifted subs at... Oh, Celeste? Oh shit. Let me go to Slash channel real quick. A friend? I guess that makes sense. Oh, let me thank Cole real quick. Ding. A gift sub from Cole to Celeste. I'm streaming, but I can still do this. I can't listen to Celeste though. Oh yeah, Kobold. I'm listening. Takoyaki pendant? Oh, wait, WoW got an update or something like that? Or is it like already time? I don't know. Alright, I'll collect it at some point. Small update. Oh, okay, they gave the time reward. Okay. Pendant collect is limited also? Ah, crap, alright, maybe I'll do it tonight. Thank you, Draken. Okay, so there was a little bit scuff, but it's okay. So I wanted to play Valheim, but apparently there's a new update for Kobold story, Trenchcoat Adventure, right? So according to the dev, there is a new update, and seemingly the last update for the demo? Or maybe not, he didn't say that. Okay, so the demo is now the entire first chapter of the game. All assets, all voice acting, feature complete. Yes, so there's 2 additional levels, more storybook, more voice acting, more enemies, and new enemies. That is all from the demo, and that is why I want to check out the game today. And since it's just a demo, and it's probably not going to take too long. Husker Fu, thank you! And yeah, I want to look at the game again. Why not, right? I've been playing the game for quite a bit, and I like it. The game's good. The more reason that I get to play Kobold Story Trenchcoat Adventurer, I'm gonna take it and I'm gonna play more of it, and I'm gonna spend so much time with the game because I love the game so much. So something like that. I'm very excited. Very nice. It is such a like rare Kobold game that is so well made too. So I'm very glad. So here we go. Let me. I couldn't flow to what call set and stuff. I'm sure they understand. Okay, anyway, let me open up this one. Oh yeah, let me go here. I should probably put this away. I think listening to game music than listening to AI generated music is way better. So this one, right? I want to play more. I want this number to go like 100 or something like that. Which I'm pretty sure when the full game comes out, I can do it. So yeah. Let me open this, close this, and boom. There we go. I'm going 2D because after playing this, I'm gonna be playing Valheim for quite a bit, and I'm pretty sure Valheim, I don't want to risk like my internet dying again, so I'm just gonna go 2D and stuff like that. I don't want to go like too much. A super cool public demo volume 1.5. So according to the dev, this is the big update, right? The big update. Alright, I'm just gonna start immediately because why not? For the Kobold game, I love this thing. So more storybook, they said. Oh, different music?
Chapter 1. The adventure begins. Once upon a time, there were 3 kobolds who were very hungry and very bored. And while raiding the tavern bins for the very best eats in town, they overheard something interesting.
Oh, they retook they re-recorded this one. Very cool.
A group of adventurers were talking about how great their last dungeon adventure had gone. It sounded very exciting, especially when they heard, "That's how we can afford all this great food. Honestly, the dungeon is so easy that even the smallest adventurer could come away rich enough to live like this." The smallest of adventurers. How about 3 of them?
How about 3 of them? I love them. Look at them. Holy shit. Holy shit. Holy shit. They're so mega adorable though. Holy. I love them so much. I love them so fucking much. Oh my god. Oh my god, my god. Alright, to the dungeon. So there's more stages now? Alright, if I know the gist of this game, I think I still remember how to play this game, so... More updates. Treasure thingy? Experience? Wait, excuse me? Plus 10 experience when eaten. Plus 10 armor value, plus 1 melee damage bonus. Ooh, ultimate Kobold game? Yeah, they got a new update to this game. Right, it is now feature complete according to the dev, and the demo now has the entire first chapter. So that's why I'm revisiting this game again. More reason for me to play this game. I gotta be so fucking happy. So heck yeah. The music is still so adorable. Oh my god. Oh, this game is so perfect. Holy shit. I know it gives 10 experience, but I'm just gonna eat. I'm not gonna eat it first. Treasure thingy, tiny spear. We love the tiny spear. Heckin' cute bolt. I know, right? Like the top, middle, and bottom is like so adorable. I'm gonna cry. I love them so much. Starting equipment. I mean, I already read this one, so if you're curious about all of these signs, just you know, you could watch my previous VODs and stuff. I did post them to YouTube. Heck yeah. This is a gate, no tricky than a door. Wee, I'm the best. A stinky mean goblin? Hey. What? What? Bottom? Nice. We got him. Juice box of fasting? So cool. A chewy thing with tasty water in. This rocks. Horses hunger when eaten. Plus 35 food, plus 5 health. Oh wow, it tastes like fruit. I feel refreshed. Plus health, right? 21? I'm just gonna give it to Middle. Middle can have it for now. And then this one, click one if you see it, wink wink. Oh. Oh my god, this is so adorable. Thank you, game. Chest. Hunger potion experience. Am I getting super lucky now? It affects everyone? Oh shit. Well, eat it then. Everyone leveled. Let's get accuracy bonus. Now we have more incentive to get accuracy bonus now. Crit chance and also rare item find chance because I love that. Bantam Windbreaker Trenchcoat? It smells great. Bantam? I love the color. So bold, so bright. Actually kinda hurts to look at. Plus 5 dodge value, plus 10 armor, plus 10 dodge. Oh, kinda rubbery. Would be good in the rain. Oh, so I can... Oh my god, I love them so much. I love them so much, holy shit. They're so perfect. They're so perfect. Oh, it's a little bit offset though, here. But that's good, it's fine. Oh, I guess it's normal. One more? Metal 1. We got Metal 1, that's awesome. 3 ones in 1, made of metal, it tingles. Nobody tell them, okay? 1 to 12 sparky damage, high damage range, covered in runes, and also dried food. Don't put in water. They are so clever, I'm so gonna put it into water. Magic 1. Alright, Magic 1 is the one that I have. This is the starter one, but we're not gonna use this since it only does like 1, 2, 3 burny damage. Warm to the touch. Zap pow. Love them. Alright, we have the sparky one though, which is definitely not a fork. First trinket. Oh, it's a fire noise, okay. Septicus batch of Mithridatism. What? Holy, what is this word? A commemorative badge for a famously handsome knight who was loved by all. Huh. Again, poison resistance, not a real helmet. Comes with its own safety pin. Makes me feel like I belong. Oh. Let's give it to poison resistance. Let's give it to top then. The kobolds are so precious. Oh my god. Looting? Alright, we have food here. Chinking like a fasting? Heck yeah. Dazzling juice box, we're so lucky. And scintillating tasty apple. So, am I... Oh, holy, am I the luckiest boat or something? This affects everyone. Joanna, hi. Thanks for the like. Yep. Heckin' yep. Plus 15 shinies when eaten. Let's give it to bottom then. Yeah. Oh, another shiny. How did it get here? Strong against doctors? I mean, I want shinies. Here, you can have them. Better treasure, we're going down. Let's do it. With the basics learned, it's time to venture deeper to real adventure. Also, this morning I changed my chair, right? I had my sort of a, I would say, gaming chair of some sort. 怎么了？哦，
我不知道我发脾气了，我又被我骂得好惨。
你这么骂妈妈？那个
讲话我就很急躁。
那个门开得到吗？我不知道哦。
那必须开。我的答案只有必须开。
你只能够这样试看看啊！你们楼下那个哦，你们厨房弄不到，所以你们这边封那个洞呢？
你要把外面那些补满了，你才能够补底下的东西，因为上面漏水。
哦，难怪呢。
对，它只是被影响到，然后渗透到底下。
这样也没有办法啊。啊，哎，也可以。那这么怕，真是。来，不用紧，你们弄，我继续弄我东西。Hi, bad gamer. I'm back. I mean, I never left, but still. My mom and my sister came out to fix the roof problem. So apparently there's a leak in the kitchen, right? Which is kind of scary because the leak actually drips onto a socket. So we kind of need to fix that as soon as possible. And now they are doing it, so... But since the balcony is kind of outside my room, so they are here. So it's all good. Anyway, we're back to the Kobold game, right? Hope everyone's doing good. Welcome in, right? We're gonna magic. Oh! Excuse what? That's broken? Oh, I got shinies. We got box Bantam gold medal. We're so lucky. So Bantam means progress a higher roll. Yeah, it says 1 to 12, so yeah. Plus 5 dodge value. A medal for being really quite good at something. Plus 5 dodge value. Shame it's not chocolate. But also I earned this. I'm the best. The flavor text, I swear to god, it's so adorable. I'm gonna cry. Let's give this to bottom. Since bottom is carrying all the weight here. I love all of them. Oh, I cannot magic yet. Wait. Wait. Magic. Wait. Another high roll? Holy shit. Whoa. Evil Trenchcoat of experience. It smells great. It makes me feel mean. But at N. But also? Uh-oh. Dev! What do you mean by N but also? And also super badass. Plus 10 experience when eaten. Plus 10 armor value. Plus 10 dodge value. Ooh, look out, I'ma get you. Spiky and awesome. There's so many new items, holy shit. Oh, yeah, remove the N, not but. Makes me feel mean, but also super bad. Yeah. So maybe I should let them eat this, right? Because this one is Bantam. Plus 5 dodge value, like extra dodge value here. I wanna let... Who hasn't eaten yet? 21, 45. 21, 21. Oh, they're all 21. Wait, did they all level? Oh, they did. I'm dumb. Rare item find chance. I'll keep it for now. I'll keep it for now. Everyone is still like at a very healthy amount of food, so we good. Uh-oh. Magic. Oh, lucky. Holy. Wait. Attack. Dodge. Attack. Dodge. Attack. Get kited. And a juice box? Oh yeah, I forgot to check for like secret rooms and stuff. Cool guy head? Heck yeah. A really cool head with spinny thing. Spinny thing. Plus 5 dodge value. Very cool head. Weirdly comfortable. Propeller hits my horns. Propeller hits my horns is so sad. There. I remember there's one secret room somewhere around here, right? Oh, I see it. Okay. Improvised shoe of eagle eyes. Excuse me? It protects the feetsies. Reviews map when eaten. Made from sacks and rope. Very stinky. Good. Basically no protection. I mean, I'm gonna eat them for the eagle eye for the next map, I guess. It's also really cute when I turn like this and then the icon here jiggles a little bit. It's so adorable. So they moved once. Wait. Only one? Magic? Wait. Oh, I rolled a net 1? What? Nice. An angry puddle? And a chinkin leg? Very, very nice. Big health potion experience, we love it. Oh my god. I might just be the luckiest boat. Holy shit. So, I want more rare item find chance, so bottom can eat it. It's all for the rare item find chance thing, yeah. So everyone can eat one. Okay. I do have kind of too many items here, so that's why. Alright, there we go. That should be everything. I don't think there's any more secret rooms. think. Yeah, I don't see it anymore, so let's go to the next one. Further and deeper does the dungeon go? Are we ready for what it is down there? What is down here? Oh, they changed the layout a little bit, okay. Scary goblin? Oh. Yeah. What? Goblin moves every turn, so there's no use trying to kite them. We missed. Nasty goblin, now we're angry. Yeah. Nice. Bottom? Heck yeah. Bottom, we're gonna need more rare item find chance, yeah? Never enough rare item find chance. Oh yeah, let's eat this. It reviews the map. Very, very nice. Crude acts of fasting. One stat point when eaten. Horse's hunger when eaten. Plus 5 armor value? But it plus 1 stat point when eaten though. I want this.
No refunds.
Thank you. Bottom eat this. So that we can get more rare item find chance? Yeah. 5 to 7, right? Our inventory, we're doing 4 to 6. 5 to 7 is not that much of a change, so...
Get lost.
Get lost. Oh, magic. Okay. I mean, we're pretty strong, so... Oh. Wait. Magic. They moved once, right? So I can go here. Dodge. Go. Wait. Back. Oh, Goblin Wizard. Oh no. It's okay, I got you. Oh. Small duck. I wanna lick it. I wanna make. I wanna lick. I wanna lick small duck as well. A cute duck friend, delicious. Like the crunch. Does this makes me evil? Tastes too good to care. Who leveled? Top, right? So I think there's a cap at accuracy of 95, I'm pretty sure. If I remember correctly, I think that's what the dev said. Crit chance bonus, we have 25% chance now. Very, very nice. Something like that. I don't think there's any like secret rooms around here. So it should be fine. 好像这边也没有 gap 那样嘛。你要什么 gap 头发的东西哈？哦，没有，可能要去楼下拿一下咯。So everyone's at good, yeah, everyone's at good health. Maybe I need to eat something. Plus 15 health, 35 food. Plastic straws bad. Oh yeah, yummy chimkin affects everyone. I'll need that for now, I think. So you can have this. Juice box, heck yeah. Treasure, small health potion. I always love when small is spelled like this. Something about that makes me feel very happy. SMOL, small. Look, I just like small, okay? I like being small, I like small, I don't know, right? It's okay, they can hardly understand what I'm saying. And by that, I mean, yeah. You get... Okay. Is there... There must be a secret room here, right? Even though I ate Eagle Eye, I'm pretty sure it doesn't reveal, like, the secret room. You don't like small Dirk, don't you like big Dirk? Oh yeah, that's an exception. I love big Dirk. Magic? Whoa. Okay, we good. Stinky cheese? That's awesome. Got that good stink. Wish I had some crackers supposed to be moldy. Hmm? 那什么东西？你要喂 tissue 哈？哎，那个，那个用过啊，那个用过啊。10 experience when in, 50 health when in. I mean, I guess I'll let everyone have a yummy chicken. I have full inventory though. Won't we just let everyone have a juice box and stuff? Alright, everyone have juice box. And you have an apple. There we go. Gonna keep the bolts well fed. Wait. Magic? Ooh, high roll? Oh. Weird red head? It's so cool. It's like a wizard head, right? With tassels? Plus 5 armor, plus 3 dodge, 1 magic damage. Makes me feel magic. I like some lol. I like some lol, it's crazy. I think it's better than this one, right? Yeah. It has armor value. I like this one more. 2 to 13 sparky damage is crazy. Alright, since the propeller hit your horn, right? You can have this. Eat it out of spite. What? Broken bottle? Don't lick a broken bottle. It's like a glass sword? Think it was once a potion. How rude to just drop it. Recycling is good. See, I don't want to let them eat this. Even though yes, they say they can eat anything, but I don't want to make them eat this. I'm gonna drop it. I feel bad letting them eat this. It's broken bottle, like no. Ooh, did that just scare me? I think that scared me. Defend. Nice. Oh. Nice. Uh-oh. Are we dodging that good? Holy shit. 2 damage? Okay, we good. 10? Let's go. Defend. We don't need to kite this thing. Oh, everyone took damage. Oh. We block 1 damage with our armor. Everyone took damage. Okay, let's not do that anymore, yeah. It's way better to just kite them. There we go. Golden shiny? Holy shit, 15. I'm rich.
Just myself, Kobold.
Not well balanced but hits hard. Weirdly sharp. I don't know why like axes are sharp too. I don't get it. They don't look sharp, but they're sharp. Like they can cut trees and stuff, so scary.
At last.
Under the mimic here. I mean, we have a lot of inventory. Let's have a yummy chimkin, and we're gonna fight the mimic, okay? An angry box? Get back. Defend once. We dodge the attack, we're the best. I think we just keep defending, it's okay. Okay, so everyone does took damage. We're so good at dodging, it's crazy. Attack. Ooh, yeah, never do that again. Is this thing stronger? It's okay, we can get back. We have a big potion. We can tank the hits, it's fine. There we go. So, do they guarantee 15 shinies now? I mean, that's amazing. Oh, 10 health. Oh, 10 health is good. This one 10 experience when eaten now. Makes my hurties less hurty. I want to keep this because there are like new stages now, so there, that's good enough. Alright, we did good, we did good. We won, we won. I don't think there's a secret room around here. Not that I can see one anyway, so it should be fine. Right, we're coming down. That was easy, no problem. The dungeon goes ever deeper. Deeper. I think this is the last stage for the last for the demo, right? Last time. So according to the dev, there is more. So hell yeah. Magic. Wait. Very nice. Go to the front. I'm gonna attack once more. Wait. Magic. Wait. Okay. Attack. I think we can attack twice. I think it's fine. There we go. Go forward. Wait. Attack once. No. Nice. Once more? Oh. Oh god. Poison bad. Did everyone level? Right, 95% attack accuracy. I think that's pretty good. Have more crit chance and more rare item find chance. Okay, we could
Buy something already.
review secret doors, limited duration. Plus 5 armor value. Plus 10 max HP. Oh! Yeah, I have a lot of shiny. I can just buy these.
No refunds. No refunds.
Middle can have 2 rings. Middle have 2 rings? Wow. Okay, let's give you small duck. You can have stinky cheese. I need to fresh more potion. 15 food when eaten. 50 health when eaten. Okay, maybe I should get this.
No refunds. Get lost.
Thank you. Oh yeah. Skeleton fell down the pit. Skeleton just fell down the pit. Box. Weightless bronze medal. A medal for doing your best. Tastes like pennies. Comes with its own belt. Did my best. Plus 20 dodge value is crazy. Here, you can have this. You are number 1 and you are number 3. And I love you so much, bottom. There's more, right? Yeah, there it is. This one. I remember. I remember. Delicious chimkin leg. Plus 25 food, plus 25 food, plus 10 health affects everyone. Very juicy. Very, very nice. Okay, so we have a bunch of potion. We have a very, very strong chimkin leg. Snail of experience. That's awesome. Oh my god, I love him. His name is Sid. 10 experience when eaten, 60 food when eaten, 10 health when eaten. Got good crunch, got that great slimy. They like to eat snail. 10 experience when eaten. Any experience I'm gonna get, I'm gonna give it to Bottom. So Bottom can have this actually. Get that snail. Small, shiny, small health potion of experience. It smells F. It smells F is crazy. A real magic potion? Only big enough for one of us though. 10 shinies when eaten, 10 experience when eaten, 50 health when eaten. Makes my ouches less ouchy. I really love the flavor text, really builds the game up. Like so charming too, holy shit. Let's do... give it to Bottom. I just want all the rare item find chance, honestly. Right, let's open up this one. It should open up that one. Right. Next. Defend. We good. I think we can attack again. Juice box of eagle eyes. 35 food when eaten, 5 health when eaten. I mean, I guess I'm gonna give it the top. Top seems the hungriest right now. No, hello?
不了，被蚂蚁吃掉了。
哦，因为被蚂蚁，所以那个 silicone 也补不上去了啦。
补的只是那个窗口的洞了，然后它那个好像还有点裂开那个地方，那个真的是洞我就补了。整个烂到完，
哦，
渗透出去了，整排那个木烂到完。
应该是白蚂蚁了，因为我们这边是木啊。不用紧了，看下一次怎样，可能可以。可能吊在那个阳台栏杆那边那样咯，这样吊着。绑。啊。
如果你用这样删，你看暗了，那我用过透明的料子就可以，我用然后过去那边也是可以顶上它的尾巴，在那边这样强调，它有个然后如果这样子它美美的放进来，美美的，然后我就把这个皮筋给放进来，然后我来用它就是不打那种网上那个我被用。
你背哦，没有什么了。看不进来？哇，这样厉害哦！有我看到，我想要骂这边，可是这边我不知道怎样骂。
你的手怎么会这样？
对啊，那你看我是看慢一点那边，可是我的手。
我在中国看到有一个他们在高楼什么码的，他说2个 magnet 夹在一起，但是我不知道能不能用啊，放在里面那里面，也会一起。
可是也没有力啊，它就是 magnet 的力而已。
超强的。
可以你们拿。哪一个？枪？二胡？我觉得，放后尾了。可以了。拿。可以。跟姐我过后可以去拿。Alright, I'm back. They are done doing the thing. Sorry, I had to talk to them for a little bit. We were talking about how to fix the leakage, stuff like that. So should be fine. No big deal. Sorry for the fireball noises as well. I'm gonna wait. Wait again. Magic. Oh, is that the highest roll possible? Oh, no. Well, close enough. It's 12. Wait. Oh no. Okay, we good. We got lucky. Middle took damage. It's okay. Middle is the tank right now. Oh! Holy, we are the best. Oh. Wait. Oh, of course. Get back. Magic. Wait. Are you gonna drop? Yeah. Slime fell down the pit. I love how the game tells me that. It's so normal. Chip! Thanks for the leg, Chip. Also, hi. Hope you're doing good. Wait. Alright, we good. There's more to explore here, so... Okay. We're all getting hungry now. We have a very strong delicious chimkin. Everyone plus 50. I don't think I saw any like hidden doors here. Okay, I think that's the entire map then. Everyone have a delicious chimkin, and we're gonna go down. Right? I don't think there's a hidden door. Yeah, I don't think there's any. Okay, let's go. Oh, it's going down. Skeletons, goblins, fireballs, and traps? The treasure must be worth it. Let's find out. New things? Oh my god, new things! Let's go. This is uncharted territory where we're going now. Oh, magic. Scary goblin. Hiya. Crap. Nice. Stinky cheese of secrets. We're so lucky. Review secret doors when eaten. It doesn't say limited time though. Here, top, have this. Oh. Oh. Nice. Very nice. Even more nice. 5 shiny. I think we attack, right? Crap. Oh my god, it hurts. Defend. Alright. Alright, we good, we good. Rare item find chance, baby. We love that. Oh, since it is. Wait. Oh, it's a straight line. This is bad. Magic. We dodge the attack. Let's go. Do it again. Okay, we good. And we got shinies. 2 chests. Why do I feel that one of them is going to be a mimic? I mean, isn't this like the classic setup where there's like 2 chests and then one of them is like the bad? Could be, I don't know. Oh. Magician's head, heck yeah? A magician is almost a wizard, right? Either way, I like it. +2 magic damage bonus. Feeling magical. Alakatapa. No rabbit inside? Yeah. This is way better. I mean, sure, it's only like +1 magic damage, but it has armor and dodge. That alone makes it even more worth it than the magician's head. Oh, Kobold mace? It's so cool. It's a frying pan. But no, it's a Kobold mace. A traditional Kobold weapon, good for smashy damage. 5 to 7 smashy, plus 30 accuracy bonus. Also cooks eggs and bacons and pancakes. Hell yeah. All of them. 6 to 8 damage, very very nice. With 2 things to eat. Hunger could be an issue now, so let's be careful. I'm also trying to look for like a... Oh! Oh my god, mega money? Big health potion? That was so much shiny, holy shit. Uh-oh. Me do burn. Alright, we get wooden door key. Oh, that's the door, okay. A key for some door somewhere. Not edible? Might be useful though, but not as food. Oh, we cannot eat the key. Yeah, hunger could be an issue now if I don't find anything more. Are you a boss fight? 2-turn move? Okay. Elite Goblin didn't like that at all. An armored goblin? Shit, I forgot it. Okay, we good. Did everyone take damage? Everyone took damage? So it's a mini boss fight, I think. We got him. There's not really a secret door. I mean, I have the review secret eaten now. Have I been here? Ooh, okay. Oh wait, I came from here. Right, I came from here, okay. Uh-oh, am I lost? More? Uh-oh. Nice. Get back. Attack. We're so good. Small duck. Okay, we good. Everyone health looking good. Just food is not looking good now. Alright, eat this. Eat this. You can eat this. There. I guess Top can have some HP. You're gonna keep getting crit chance. Oh. Don't think I like that. I don't want to go there. Mimiku? Skeleton didn't like that at all. Nice. Oh. Fruit X, we love it. 5 to 7 slashy. This is 5 to 7 smashy. Weirdly sharp. Cooks eggs, bacons, and pancakes. I guess I'm keeping them for now. Not edible. What if I give it to them? Why are there so many fireball noises here? Yeah, it's here. When? Oh, there we go. Door unlocked. We used the wooden door key. Can I have potion? Oh, I couldn't go. I couldn't go there. So this is dead end. Oh, there's more here. What? Ooh, huh? I don't think I can spend too much time here. I'm so hungry. Wait. And the mimic at the end? Oh, there's multiple keys here. This place is probably important. Okay, dead end here. Wait. Go. 25 shiny. Very nice. Wait. Go. Treasure key? I want to lick it? A key for big treasure chest. Not edible. Not edible. Not edible with a sad face is always so adorable. I'm gonna cry. I wish I can hug and squeeze them. Okay, how do we get there? We're forced to find it here. It's okay, we have a lot of potions. Hello. What? Are you like dead? Oh, you're a dead mimic. Brutal Globin shift off. Craftsmanship. Plus 20 crit hit chance, 1 max damage. Oh, this is way too strong. 6 to 9 stabby, 55% crit chance. Wait, they say they want a lick key? Always, I want a lick key as well. Okay, we explored this place. I need to get back as soon as possible and find more treasure so that I can keep my kobolds well fed. Okay, go straight here, then we should be good. Anyone hungry? Yeah. Nothing here. Took this one. Mimic's dead. Maybe the big treasure chest is for like the next floor, probably? Click key. I want a soul set kobold? Huh? There's no set kobold. I mean, it's just like a sad face because it says not edible. Alright, going down. Please tell me there's more. It can't be far now, can it? I got the key. Oh no. Oh god, they're so hungry though. Oh, you move every turn. I take Sparky and power 13. If you're gonna move every turn, I'm just gonna keep attacking you. The Goblin King? Oh no. We dodge the attack, we're the best. Get your butt kicked. Goblin King's crown. We love it. A crown taken for the Goblin King's head. Unique item. Provides a discount at shops. Finest quality cardboard. Oh my god, it's so good. Wait. Might have been bad actually. Nice. Juice box? Kite it. Attack. Holy, we are the strongest. Is that a hidden mimic? Hi, Kobold. Oh, are they trying to raid this place as well? Okay, who's the hungriest? Bottom. You can have this. It gets some food. We good? Stinky cheese? Oh, fasting? Okay, we're so back. Also, hope you're doing good, Akko. Crap. One hit? Box. One shiny? Another one shiny? More shiny? Is this their stash? Wait, I think this might be the goblin's stash, and we're just raiding it. Deserved. 35 food are eaten. Okay, hungriest, middle. Got that good stink. 25 food. Also hungry and eaten. Okay, Hop can have this. More doors here. Was that power 12? Attack with Sparky at power 12? But that was not 12 though. Get one-shotted? Dum dum. I'm the best. Actually, we are the best. Okay, it's all blocked off, so I don't think there's any like hidden doors or anything. This is funny though, like I don't know if this is intentional. Oh.
Chapter 2. Delving Deeper. With the treasure room empty except for a few shiny copper coins, it became obvious to our intrepid trio that they hadn't reached the bottom of the dungeon yet. Spotting a hole in the back wall, they decided to press onwards. Appetites for adventure almost as strong as their, well, appetites.
They're so disappointed with the loot. It's not good enough. We want more shiny. Also, let me drink real quick. It's so adorable, this game. It's so adorable. I can't. I'm like melting currently. No, give me a second. Okay, there we go.
Unbeknownst to them, however, they were off of the beaten path and moving slowly into an old dwarven mine, long since abandoned, and into real adventurer territory. Oh no. So, with brave hearts and rumbling bellies, the kobolds stepped forth into the unknown, so intent on the riches that awaited them that they didn't pay attention to the way the tunnel creaked above their heads and then collapsed behind them.
Oh no. Rumbly bellies, they're like hungry kobolds. Red and blue ones looks adorable. All of them looks adorable, I would say. Also, hey Kia.
But the fate of our ravenous rebels will have to wait, as this is all the time we have for today.
No.
What awaits Top, Meadle, and Bottom as they stumble into real adventure? What kind of snacks will they find along the way? And most importantly, will you join them?
That's me right now. Oh, it's such a good update too. Look at them, that's so perfect. Oh my god. Oh man, I want to play more. I want to play more. Oh, it's so fucking good though. Yeah, some changes, right? Some changes, which is really nice. I don't know if I'm like dumb fuck lucky since I'm getting all the magical items and stuff, right? And I absolutely got carried by the metal one, which is definitely not a fork. Definitely not a fork, don't worry about it, right? So, gosh, I want to play more of this. I so cannot wait for this game to come out fully. And I feel like I could sink so many hours into this game. It's roguelike too, so it's roguelike with a story. Oh, it's so adorable. I just love them so much. Yeah, that's me right now. Aww, I want to play more. I love them. I love this game. I'm gonna play more. I cannot wait to play more. I so cannot wait to play more. Like, holy shit. Oh, apparently it is Thanksgiving. I didn't know today is Thanksgiving. Well, happy Thanksgiving to those who celebrate it. Thank you. Well, I don't think there's Thanksgiving going on in Malaysia, but hey. Hope y'all have a good one. Anyway, I think that's all for the Kobold Story Trenchcoat adventure. As much as I want to play more, I have to wait until it fully comes out. No, 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 it hurts. It hurts. I have to wait. Oh my god. Oh, man, I cannot. Look at them, they're so adorable. I so cannot wait to play more of these. That was another hour sinking? Hell yeah. Perfect. Perfect. Well, I guess now it's time to play some... some Valheim. Yeah, let me open up some music. This one. Heck yeah. Oh. Yep. Oh, hi Metal. Heckin' yep. Welcome. Here, let me change the... Kobold fisting in the swamp. Okay, there we go. Valheim. Oh, you don't allow fisting? Babbin. Okay, Babbin works. Of course, it has to be fisting. Of course. Should play more country strug again sometime. Been playing with Covey. Oh, Covey's been playing Counter-Strike? I haven't played Counter-Strike in quite a while. I mean, even with my middle school friends. Yeah, 4 days without touching it now. I don't think I got the case yet. And since I spend the Counter-Strike money on sliders, and this game is really fun too. Imagine a boomer shooter, mobile shooter with roguelike elements in it. Yeah, it's really fun. I like this game, right? But when playing Valheim, right? With Valheim good. Let's play. Give me a second. Wicked. Where's my character? Alright. Right, because it's so small, it doesn't render because it's too far. I think the music should be at a good amount of volume right now. Yeah, we good. Right. I actually changed the chair to like a generic plastic chair. It's nice for my thighs actually, because my previous chair is already like not flat, right? It is like slanted at the side, so it kind of hurts my waist a little bit after a long period of sitting. And I think a plastic chair could be better, right? I mean, a plastic chair is just like this, so why not, right? Why not? Indeed. Oh yeah, I updated my house, right? Oh yeah, I've been using cards. Oh my god, I forgot. Okay, so I'm updating my house and I'm super small. So this is shiny card, this is the animal card, and some extra spaces. This is woods in general, and this is food. Something like that. And I think this is the extra stuff. Oh, it's control, right? It's different. I keep pressing shift because shift is the one that I use in Atlas, and I've been playing Atlas yesterday. Atlas is super fun. I think we put coal here as well. Why not, right? Shiny coal. Rocks? Stones? Actually, I'm keeping the coal. This one I'm putting here. Do I need that? No. That goes to my hoard pile. Whee! Right, that's all the copper. So I remember saying that I want to go out exploring and get more tin, which I didn't. I actually didn't. So I think I'm gonna put coal here for easy access. I love Toad Factory. So much troll hide. Can I sell the troll hide? I don't think I can, right? I do need more coin pile. I think that could be our like long-term goal, is to have a many gold piles. So now is that I kind of want to get more tin, right? Get more tin, get more more tin, more wood? Question mark? Should I get more wood? I think I should get more coal. Is the thing I should get. Oh. Can you not? Oh, we do have more carry weight because of Megin Jord. Oh, I might butcher the word. I don't know how to pronounce that actually. Top right. This thing. Megin Jord. Megin Jord. It sounds so weird, but that's how I know how to pronounce it. I guess I don't know how to pronounce that word. See, we have a shit ton of copper now, so we just need a lot of tin, so we can have a lot of. Alright, get some E. We just put the general stuff here, I guess. Alright, how do I get tin? Maybe I can try going here. Or is this mountain? I mean, Black Forest starts here. This feels like mountain. I think this is mountain. And tin should be around this part, which shouldn't be too far. Alright, let's do it. Oh, is my carrot done? Oh, my carrot is done. Wait a minute. But I have way too much carrot though. Oh, I should put a cart here to put all the carrots in. I need more bronze nail. And wood as well. Let's go cut a tree. That should be enough for one. Alright. We have our carrot storage now. I mean, I'm pretty sure I have carrots for life here. Thanks to the ×3 resources, so it makes things a lot easier. I wonder if I can get any more, any other like crops for me to grow. Maybe. Anyway, let's go get more tin. We're gonna make more. We're gonna make more bronze. Now we can get bronze. Sorry, tin. Maybe swamp has like a new crop for me to grow as well, I don't know. We're going this way, going down. Maybe if I go straight down here, this tin. Let's follow this path. Pretty sure I'm gonna need more raspberries here. It looks like raspberry is like very needed here. Not so much of stone. And resin. Right, let's keep going. Oh yeah, I need neck meat for the poison resistance. We found it. Give me your things. They didn't... They didn't drop anything? That's so mean. But why though? They know I need the necktail. Yeah, I need necktail for the poison resistance meat that I'm gonna make. Small terror pulling card is adorable. Hell yeah. I like being small. Right, let's go through here. Gonna walk along the shore so that it's easier to find tin. What? Neck? Wait, don't... Give me your tail, give me your tail. Yeah, I need a tail, thank you. What? My ears itch. I am feeling like playing Counter-Strike someday. Maybe I should play some tomorrow. It has been a good while, and I miss using a shotgun just goes up to people's face. I need to master the shotgun. We should be at Black Forest soon-ish? Yeah, here we go. So there should be a lot of tin here. And speaking of, there we go. I know how to spot tin now. It has like it has a little bit of that blackness to it. The black spots. I'm a clever bolt now. I forgot how big they are because of how small I am. Oh, that's why there's a lot of... Okay, okay. Actually throw rocks through the wall? Shame. Here for the tin. I cannot wait to make like 10,000 bronze with this card. That's a weird rock formation. Right, clearing some road here. The mining's still so loud. Oh, cut. No. What position do you want? I should probably put my card here, since the stone structure is pretty easy to look at. Okay. Are you okay? No, you're just a rock, okay. I'm too small. Get punched. I love how I'm so small that they cannot even hit me. I'm cheating. Oh, we're back at the medals. I'm pretty sure we don't have tin here because it's the medals. Oh, that's a bear. Don't think I want to find it now. I already have too many bear stuffs. I don't need any more boar stuff. I have too many leather scraps now. So is boar meat. So I think I can stop slaughtering them deer, boars and stuff, right? Just let them live. Maybe I should have went that way. Let me check the storage. There's so many spots, so many slots. Yeah, I should probably go there. Let's go find more tin. It's a little far, but it's all good. The trip is going to be worth. What? It looks like it's gonna break. I guess it would be handy to keep like a stack of wood on me anytime, right? So that I can fix my cart at any point. Just gonna plop down a workbench and we good. I don't bring my stamina meat, I didn't. I'm actually stupid. Level 39 on running, and I can hardly pull a cart. The cart is too heavy, there's too many tin inside. I didn't think weight is going to affect the cart weight. I think it's just gonna have like more items for visual effect only. But no, it actually affects the cart weight. It's kinda cool, but for quality of life, it's not feasible. It's not that good. Oh, I need thistle for it as well. Are you serious? You're just destroying my cart. It's okay, I'm cheating, I'm small. I can put the meat in, but I'm changing. You know, this is very wasteful, but I'm throwing the pelt away. I already have too much of them. Right, let's find more tin.
Weebo.
Oh, Weepo! Weepo! Hello, Brian. Crap. the Luigi chord.
Circle.
Buckle? Buckle? Oh shit, is that you in the game? That's kick-ass. It is, and I made myself a lot more smaller. Because I like being small. So you might see some floating things, but I have comically huge weapons. Oh no. I love that you always manage to do that. If I can, I'll find a way to do it, yeah. For the fun of it, I love it. Ay. I have to find my character's height recently as extraordinary small. Small friend? Hell yeah! I love being small. Something about being small is just great. I love it. Small friend. Like the size of an actual great-tailed grackle, so like a foot tall, but still antro. See, that's adorable too. I love that. Small bird friend. Oh, I hate them so much. Like, what are they doing? Oh, what am I doing? I'm not even using my weapons anymore. I'm so tilted. His family is all feral and shit, so you see a crowd of birds on the ground and then this guy. And then this guy just standing there talking to other birds. But the other birds chirps. The other birds will chirp. And then there's Brian just speaks normal language. Normal English. Let's pin the card here. Card. Okay. So they're easy for me to find. Alright, let's go find some tin. Should be more here. Yes, sir. Sometimes I feel like as a kobold I'm too chill. So then, let's say in a crowd of kobolds, the kobolds are just yipping frantically and everything. And then there's this kobold right here. Just sits there. A single yip, that's pretty much it. The quiet bolt. Has tin always been this rare? Question mark? See, we become against the wind in the direction, but if we go east first. Go! Go! Oh my god, it's perfect. Go! And then you'd be like, yeah, I understand. Hi, Brecky. Oh my god. It's the long lost mythical chicken nugget. Let me drink. Oh my god. Oh, my favorite music? I'm like, but they're like I see it though. Oh my god. They call, and then we plot, they call. San Liu Chu. So 99, 10. I want more. I'll try to go find some more. Oh, I thought I can parry that. I'm too small, they forgot to aim. Thank you, I'll be here all night. Heck yeah. I would listen to more burp jokes. The Menging George is helping so much too. I mean, 450 carry weight is huge. Losing one inventory slot though, not that good. Yeah, they have that shine. Yeah. Let's get back to the cup. Oh, there's a copper deposit here. It's okay, we have a lot of copper already. I didn't know I like Mario Kart music this much, but I like it. Mario Kart's music is great. I might be able to find more. I mean, it's not a long walk, so let's go find more. I want to make it count. It's small kobold running around the wilderness. Is that a new Bracky emo? Oh, it's not Bracky, it's Griffin! Sorry, they look kinda similar. Similarly cute, oh my god. So freaking adorable. The comfy? Griffin's also like so relaxing. I love to lurk at Griffin's stream as well. Also, there's something about like dragon, like Griffin, or let's say Griffin or Celeste, right? They do that sound. I don't know how to make them, but when they do that, it's so good. I like it. I don't know why, but I like it a lot. Cute like Kobold, I'm gonna cry. Okay, maybe more cuter than Kobold, definitely. I'm depleting the entire black force of the tin. Wait. Wait. Alright, that should be enough tin for now. We actually need more copper than tin, so yeah. Since 5 tin, 10 copper for 5 bronze, it's a 2-1 ratio. I've been spoiled. Is this about Grey Dwarfs? Yep. Hi dear. Hi dear. Ooh, a Daisy Circuit? Okay. Oh yeah, that's a lot of... Alright. Big hole. Wonder if I can pull this one. Oh no. Oh no. Oh, it's too heavy. Come on. Wait. Right. Hold it here, and then we're gonna run. Come on. So close. Pull it. Pull it. Okay. Okay. It's too heavy. Alright. Get that stamina back. And then we're gonna keep running. Alright, we could... It's so heavy, oh my god. Oh god. Oh no! That little combo pulling this massive card is incredible, I know, right? I have a little bit of strength, a little. Alright, we can, I think we can go sideways slowly up like this, just not straight up. Alright, come on, come on. This is gonna be so worth it. Is tin way more heavier than copper? I thought copper is heavier, but I didn't struggle this much when I'm trying to trying to drag the copper back. I'm falling. Hi, I'm Carl. Hi, Carl. I'm Bixie. He's also Carl. That's Carl. That's also Carl. Oh no, did I just say Carlfish? It's so good. Legend of Atlantis, right? If I remember correctly. Maple Tree Way is such a good music. And a good stage as well. Oh, come on. So close. Just get up. Don't care about that little thing. Just keep running. I guess we're going down here. Oh, I'm losing control. Whoa. Whoa. I'm stuck. You put a fanboy top? I'm not surprised. I mean, good for you too. Can you not? Also you. I see my house. That guy is running down and having fun with you? Heck yeah. It's like playing a slide. Well, that took a while, but that works. We did it! We brought the things back. I'm the best bow on my map. Oh, I didn't know that blind. Some necktail, this coal, and honey raspberry, I think. There we go. Honey, tistle, necktail, and coal. Oh, I didn't have more tistle? Oh, I have a stack. I could just bring this actually. Okay. So I don't need raspberry for it? Drink. Guess I'll put raspberries here for now. Why do I feel like this smelter is like faster? Although thing is, I don't know why I'm making this much bronze though. Not that it's unlocking anything new. More boar jerky? I mean, right now currently it's like carrot soup And carrot soup and deer stew is like the best food I can have right now. At least currently. It gives the best buff. Why do I feel like that smelter is like way faster than this one? Like, look at this, sometimes it's just not working. That one's just constantly working. Like, do you need to be covered up more back here? See, now you're working again. I don't get it. Let me cover up more there then. Maybe that's why? My mouse wheel doesn't work. I'm scrolling one side, it just keeps going back and forth. There we go. No. There we go. Hopefully that's enough. It's still not working though. Oh, it's working now. See, this thing's just constantly working, it's so good. I don't get that one. That one has a personality to it. See, doesn't work again. That's 20 bronze. I want to see, maybe there's other weapons that I want to try. I mean, fist is fun and all, but I also feel like this weapon is really fun to look at. Although the parry bonus is only 2 times, it's 2-handed weapon. Spear is mainly for throwing in this game, it looks like. I mean, knife's fun. Oh, uses copper? If I use a knife and a buckler, maybe it's good. And this is Forge level 3, so... Okay, small bot smithing. Heck yeah. I smith too, I'm a bald. I know how to work metal. Something like that. I mean, I have a shit ton of copper here. Let's bring like 20... Let's make a copper knife. Oh, it needs eye. Let me go to my hoard pile. I think I need more than that. There we go. Need level 4 forge. Don't think I have that. So we can play with knight. And we need a bronze buckler. What does it mean again? Just bronze and wood, I think? How dare. I thought I heard more throwing. Huh, weird. But there is though. Oh, you fucking... Of course you're just gonna run away like that. I hate these guys so much. Like, they just throw rocks and then they run around, and then when I get close to them, they just runs away. Like, I hate that behavior. Let's put this one in. We're gonna make a buckler so that we can have a better defense in swamp, I think. More bronze. It's a little sad that they don't tell me why they don't work. Like, when a thing doesn't work, it doesn't say like, oh, there's like something too close to me, or like, oh, there's like maybe water touches me and it doesn't work or something like that. It would be nice if the game tells me that, right? Like, what causes this smelter not work? Would be nice, would be nice. Alas. Morning, Peter. Morning, morning, Tekken. Right, let's bring 10 of these. Bring 20 of these. Oh. Put this one in first, and this one. Let's make more bronze. Oh, Peter is doing good. And the pet too? Oh my god. Is 16 enough for the bronze buckler? I forgot. Doesn't it need like 20 something? Oh, I can upgrade my X as well. Buckler 10, so I need 18. I need 2 more. Why do you not work? Cute Kobold. What? Kobold thinks dragons are cute. I need 18. And then I would need... What do I need again? Leather scraps? Some leather scrap and some wood, I think. There we go. I don't think I have more Surtling core here, right? Yeah, I think I'm all out of Surtling cores. Also, it might look messy, but card is really good. Holy root that was trying to destroy my house. I have a big shield and a big knife. Bobo and petable. Well, this Kobold really likes being pet and boop, so eat nice. And the shiny pile. What was that sound? Oh, you just make an extra one? Oh, there's like a smithing level? I just got one extra bronze. EP. You can't save this time? Okay, game. Whatever you're saying, game. No EP allowed. I have 3 Stirling core. Oh. Like, this one right here is so efficient. Maybe I should put another smelter here instead of there. That place looks cursed. I don't know why it doesn't work. You know what? I'm destroying this thing. That's right. Maybe make it closer here, I guess. Well, at least it looks like it's working properly. Let's go get more wood. We're probably gonna need more coal here. We got more wood. Although one thing that I'm a little bit like worried now is that because my knife skills is like low, and if I go to swamp right now, is it gonna be really bad? I feel like. Actually, how many stone can I get? And I need a hole too. I'm gonna cheese my way to victory actually. It might take a while, but it is kind of cheese, so. 5 foot 2 stone. I didn't know I was using a level 1 hammer this whole time. Oh, that's already max quality for the fine wood bow. Like, how do I get 5? I'm probably gonna go unlock more things. Let's put cultivator here, put hole here, and I'm gonna bring like a shit ton of stone. Yeah, looks like this smelter is working properly now. Mario Kart's music is pretty bumpin', I would say. Maybe I should listen more to Mario Kart's music. Water that Kobold? Okay. Kobold gonna get watered. Yeah. Nice. And thank you, Peter. Okay, we're gonna make some food here. So I need 4 of these? Or... Is it 4 of these as well? 4 blueberries? And 13 carrots, I think.4 3 12 12加... Wait, 12加4... Oh, 16. Dang. Nice too. I mean, 18 board jerky is pretty enough, I would say, so... I wanna say again, that pet emote could easily one of my absolute favorite pet emote. It's so good. Okay, we need to go here. I need to like raise so much ground here, so from here to here. Right, let's bring 10,000 rocks there. Well, maybe not 10,000, but you know what I mean. Let's head north and let's head to this merchant right here, which I believe that's north. Also, I was there at Celeste After Dark stream for a bit after I raid. I don't know, something about Celeste is just so precious. Might be my bias talking here, but I don't know, and I hope I'm not weird by saying that. But I honestly do think Celeste is very precious. Again, might be weird for a kobold to say that and stuff like that. Or not just like me being a kobold saying that, but it's just in general. Maybe I'm just weird, I don't know. With a floating knife, don't worry about it. So, how do we do this? Oh, I would need workbench? I didn't think about that. Yeah. I need to work on this. What are you trying to do? I'm making ground. I don't know, this feels so stupid, but again, I feel like it's kind of working. Okay, it's gonna take a long time actually. I'm here. What are you doing? Get out of here. Don't even try. Is Kobold big brain or is Kobold dum dum? I actually have no idea, but I feel like this is a little bit big brain. Whoa. I think I can use this to lower it. Well, that makes things easier. I can aim further than I thought. Hey, no. No. No, bad leech. Making a bridge? Yeah. I mean, it sounds stupid. Oh, it looks stupid, but it kind of works. It kind of works. Oh, I need so much more stone. I mean, there's some here. Kobold giant pickaxe looks a bit silly. I love it though. Oi! How far? How? Wow, they're already spawning here like crazy. Kobold engineering? Heck yeah. I should make this a little higher from here on. It is a little dark now here. I cannot see anything. I see you, you little shit. A drink? Okay. It's something about small, tiny kobold handling a huge tool. I like it. It's kind of funny. I like it. Let's do a save. What are you doing? Oh, hi. This is fine. I mean, this is not bad. They're gonna drown, no? Yeah, keep running away. You're probably gonna drown. But good on you, I guess. Oh, everything floats. Oh, I need more stone. I mean, to be fair, there's like tons of stone in my base. I should probably go get them and come back here again. I love Kobold engineering. Maybe I could clean up the area here as well. And I can grab some stone and wood here. It feels like non-stop enemy going on. Oh, we got more stone. Did I not get more? Is this how it's intended to play, or do we need boats? Do we need boat? Do we need boats? I kind of feel like with this, boats are kind of optional. Although, yeah, it's going to be much quicker with boats, but I don't know. Running away again. I guess nighttime there's just endless amount of grade walls. Which is fair, I guess. Whoa. Why is it suddenly so beautiful? Is it because of the moon? Everything's so clear now. Okay, holy shit, this looks so fucking good. Goddamn. Okay. That's a rave, I think. Oh, I thought I was like, where are you throwing rocks from? I want to make the road a little bit more like... Oh! Oi, oi, oi. Save a lot of space, actually. Let's keep going. Whoa. Why can't I hit them? It looks like fire is not as good here. Maybe it's time to use a different kind of arrows. Like maybe a flint head would be good here. Huh. I mean, that's your fault for being this tall. If you don't know how to swing down, that's on you. Give rock. I actually didn't even realize how much 150 weight changes. It sure changes a lot. Great, I know, right? I am basically cheating right now. Oh, that looks so smooth. I like it. Alright, I think we're almost there. Ooh. Did you just... Right, we could... There we go. Weirdly, I can't aim for some reason. I'm doing this is also like so that the next time if I want to get to the swamp, if I keep dying, right? It'll be a lot easier for me to go to the swamp. I'm sorry. You look different. Ah, that explains it. Why is the Kobold building land bridge to swamp? So that if I keep dying, it'll be a lot easier and faster for me to access the swamp again and again. Something like that. Because last time I was at the swamp, I keep dying, right? And every time I need to go back to the swamp, I need to sort of swim there to access the swamp again. It takes a while to swim and also very scary, right? So I feel like why not I try to make a land bridge to the swamp, then yeah, naked run. Naked doesn't swim faster though. I'm pretty sure. I need more. Naked implies you lost your gear. I have equipped gear won't get dropped. Because every time if I die and I drop my gear, I will not play the game anymore. I want to have a good time instead of like challenging myself here. So I have the game on very easy. Probably gonna need more workbench. Why am I leveling? If RuneScape Dragon Wilds let's crossplay, I wanna play on the server with me. Doesn't it cost a lot of money? Question mark? Let me check. RuneScape Dragon Wilds. Holy 88! Oh my god. Oh, I have it wishlisted probably because of dragons. I don't know how much dragon presence is there going to be in the game. And I am almost 100% certain that I will not get to play as a dragon, or there won't be any modding scene for this game, question mark? I don't know, right? I'm not too sure actually. Maybe, possibly. No promises though, since I don't know how that game plays. Got him. Delicious. Where'd you even come from? Don't question it. Dread. Got the slime. A lot of things down there that I can't really take. It's essentially Valheim from what some people say. I mean, if it's a survival crafting game, then yeah, it shouldn't be too far off. It should be like generally the same as like a survival crafting. I do enjoy a good old survival crafting game. Although I do hate it when the game is like too grindy and too difficult. I mean, I get it, like dropping things on death is like essential, but personally I'm not a big fan of that. If things drops when I die, it essentially tells me that, oh, if you die you can lose too much progress, so fuck you, I guess, you know. It's why like whenever I play survival crafting games like these or 7 Days to Die, you notice that I would never turn on and drop inventory on death, right? Because I don't wanna. I want to keep my things, I like to hoard things, right? Just say what you will about me, like casuals, filthy casuals or something like that, but it's just kinda how I enjoy the game, right? It's more like, the more I play games, the more games that I play, the more I feel like I'm not playing games to challenge myself unless I'm playing Tekken, but when I play games for funsies, then usually I want the game to be like easy and stuff like that for me. Which is essentially like when this game offers like world modifier a little bit, then it's like, ooh, I can change some modifier, it's really good. Right. I'm making a really nice bridge. Do I need another workbench? No. My favorite solution is when it generates a gravestone or something where items are safer. Valheim has that. But when I die, and then like last time when there's like the elder, right? And then the boss is there keeping my things from like from me getting them. I guess it's fair, right? It's only normal. But I feel like because I just want my items to be with me, or else I just get easily frustrated. Look, I'm a weird kobold. I like to hoard a lot of things. I can grab more stone. My favorite, but I would rather play with keep inventory than dropping items around and having despawn. Yeah. Absolutely valid. Valid. If getting them back is a huge pain, it's very frustrating. Yeah. Exactly. Personally, not a big fan of that. Give me a rock. Oh, oh, burr. But then again, you know, me saying that, oh, I want to enjoy the game as it is, right? It's not necessarily like me telling how the people should play the game. It's just kind of like my own personal way of playing the game, right? I just want to have an easy time, so then I do prefer to have the game on like easier, more resources, easier to gather, able to hoard things. Makes my brain feel very happy, honestly. I like that. Aren't I just making a bridge? What am I doing now? Wait. Kobold opinion is valid. Thank you. Appreciate dragon. This is a nice bridge. I might even get my cultivator here so that I can try to make them grass. What? I often play Minecraft on peaceful cause monsters are annoying. They are. A bunch of assheads. And get knifed. I agree that monsters are annoying. I'm okay when monsters drop things that I can hoard. That one I'm okay with. So apparently the enemy can walk underwater, if I'm looking at it right. Draugr, right? Whatever they are. Okay, now I'm just like wasting stone here. Okay, let's not do it too good. Oh, are these like touching water? No. Okay, they're like high enough. Stone, still a healthy amount. Very nice. Okay. I know the way of pathing now. Building bridge the way. No, don't block me, leech. Ooh! Are you sure you're a leech? You're on the ground. Oh my god. The leech just swimming on the ground crazy. My favorite Mario Kart music, especially the Wii version of this music, which is this one. Is it nighttime again? Holy shit, how long have I been here? Oh. Whoa. Well, I don't know what happened, but apparently there was a lot of enemies here. Dream. 22 rocks. I'm holding the cup like I have a cup. Please be careful of tree houses in swamp terra. At night wraiths will spawn. I mean, I got killed by wraiths multiple times at the swamp. Ooh, do, do, do. Rock. That should be enough rock. I can run a knife. Holy heck, why there's so many enemies? Level ground. That makes me happy. I wonder what this tree is. Why does it look different? Hiya, why you like this? Get out of here. Hello? Yeah, that's right, swim away. Oh, I'm hungry. Kobold right now with tank card. Tank card is cute. I drink mead, whatever that is, but I drink a mead. Oh, workbench. And that's good enough. We have a bridge now, so we just need to walk through here. And I think over there we don't need to do too much, question mark? Do we? Do I need to? I guess I can do a little bit. I guess I can make some safe spots here. Ancient tree. Wonder if they drop anything other than wood. Well, I'll come back later. Oh, actually, let me cut one. Look. Wood. Oh! Bonfire? Campfire, bonfire, settling core, fine wood and core wood, that's crazy. I assume bonfire is extremely good. Ancient bark. That's a lot of sound going on there. Oh, I don't know what's going on there. Oh, are they fighting? Yeah, Draugr is finding the they're finding the great dwarves. Right, let's get back. Job's done. We get back and then we can start to explore the swamp properly. No punching, but I do have a shield now, so it will be a lot easier, I think. Day 49. I spend 1.5 days in this place. I don't want to kill the bear. Do I need to? You know what? I need to. To send a message. It's a 1-star bear! I'm too small for you. Holy, I cannot see anything. Alright, do we go? My weapon broke. It's okay, we can use axe. I have backup plan. Okay. Well, I basically cheated. 28 bear hide, 12 bear meat, and 6 bear paw. Wowee. I'm so full. Let's get back. I think Kobold is pretty strong. Oh, Snowwolf, thank you for the 30 stream streak. I love Halstein. Mario Kart SNES is underrated. I never played Mario Kart SNES, but yeah, I feel like it could be underrated. There's so many good music for Mario Kart SNES, honestly. That was a good trip. We have a big hole. H-A-U-L, hole. Is this GBA? Mario Kart has a GBA version, right? I think. Well, in the end, I got more stone than I... Kobold can almost like get into this charcoal kiln, but I don't want to get burned. Oh my god, 6 side bike! I never really listened to like the Mario Kart 8 version of Excite Bike. It's so good. Is it time for me to get more copper maybe? Let's do 2 more. Battle mode music? Holy shit. Nope, I'm out of copper. Although I still have a shit ton of tin, so... Why didn't I think about using a bronze sword? Parry 2 times. A copper knife has a parry 4 times. Maybe that's why. I want to use the copper knife. I think knife is pretty good. But sword feels fun too. I want to play sword. I want to play with sword. Stabby is good, but the big stabby is even better. What? Oh, you need wood. Nice. Nice. Yeah. I'm gonna need a lot more of copper now, so that I can make a lot more bronze. So Ancient Tree has something new. It gives ancient bark. I didn't really see what it allows me to create. I only see bonfire, but that's pretty much it. Anything new here? Maybe a new bow? Actually, I think a flint head arrow here will be better than fire arrow. Let me just use all the fire arrow first. No new things here. There's no new things on the forge as well. Well, I guess we're using this to explore the place. I think I should be making more poison resistance. Maybe bonfire is like Dark Souls where you get a checkpoint. Oh wait, yeah, I should probably make a bonfire. Bonfire needs? It needs a certain core though. Oh. I mean, there's a lot of cave that I can still go in Black Forest. Actually, give me a second. I'm gonna need to take a small break, as in I want to go to the toilet for a bit. Emotes. Spare flex, come here, headbang, headbang. No, thumbs up. Blow kiss? Blow kiss. New laugh. Oh, I can dance. Well, I'll dance here, and then I'll be right back. I don't know what is this dance, but it is a dance. Alright, I'll be right back. I'm gonna... Wait, let me... Boom. Haven't used that in a while. Alright, I'll be right back real quick. Yeah. No more noisy chair. This feels kinda nice. I went back to this generic plastic chair. It's pretty nice, honestly. Alright, I'll be right back. Real quick. Don't forget to take care of yourselves as well. Do I get all the tin? Is the smithy done? I'm Beku. There. Oh, sure, yep. All of them is done. Very, very nice. Too much blueberry? Really? What did I think dandelion for again? I think dandelion for meat making, I think. Alright, try out my sword. Holy, I have a big sword. Sword level 1? Well, that's a start. Eepy bald. Eepy bald. Oh, they fast forward and then everything is done again. Well, that's awfully nice. Except that I don't have any charcoal anymore. Well, some. Just let me manage this stuff here for a little bit longer and then we can go explore the swamp. I'm pretty sure with poison resistance it should be a lot easier to navigate through the swamp, I believe. As much as I want to get more copper, I guess I can do that off stream. I still wish there's more inventory slots for me, but couldn't ask for too much here. Oh, 46. So 3 of these and 3 honey. I think that's it right now. I need 3 more mushroom for the carrot soup. So still 16 carrots. No, wait, it's not 16. 3 sanuchu. 12? gonna refill my food. And then we're gonna go to the swamp. Hello, Nina. Welcome, welcome. Hope you're doing good. We have 2 meat? Do I need cultivator? Just got on the bed? Oh, nice. Bed sounds good. I like bed. Oh, 30 stream streak. Thank you, Nina. Wawa. Heckin' wawa. I should change my arrows now. Oh, I was like, where's my feathers? So, Flint had 27, 10 to 18? 4 to 8? 10 to 18 sounds really good, so we need a lot of wood and flint. I woke up at 1 AM because I was helping cook before I went to sleep, but my roommate didn't cook, so now there's no turkey and no Chinese food. Uh-oh. Oh no. No food? Oh, it is Thanksgiving. Whoa. It's storming when I'm trying to go to the swamp? Chinese food is like the only food you get delivered on holidays here. Oh, yeah, that's tough. Oh. Frost resistance. Oh, does that mean that I can go to the mountains now? But I don't think I want to go there yet. Medium healing needs honey, raspberry, dandelion, and blood bag. Blood bag? I want to try making some of that. So dandelion, honey, blood bag, and what again? Raspberry. Let's make 3 of that. Did you already best the beat swamp? No. I did make a bridge of some sort to the swamp. I can show you my bridge. Oh, they use up all my honey? Well, good then. can make 2 more. I think 10, right? Yeah, 2 more, so 10. I need 60 fine wood. 20 more. Boom, boom. Boom. There. And then resin. I mean, if it's resin. I can just go to my hoard pile. Let's make 2 more fermenter. For what reason? I don't know actually. Done. At least I'm using more of my stuff here. I'm on a food pile? Holy, okay. Well, still, right? It's not much, and also because I didn't. Malaysia doesn't really celebrate Thanksgiving. But still, happy Thanksgiving to those who celebrate them. Even though it might be a little bit insensitive for me to say this after what you mentioned to me, Zeus. I want my wood. You don't celebrate American holidays? Not really. Some, I guess, question mark, but not Thanksgiving. What? Well, that was definitely weird. Collider issue? I think so. Guess I won't be using sword. I didn't think that's gonna have that much of a issue. not enough coal. Why are we punching Zeus? Is Zeus the final boss? I'll try the sword again. Maybe just like weird against small targets. I guess we're gonna explore. We're gonna go explore for a bit. Maybe we can find new minerals over there. The shield is so big. That big shield. That's not right. What's going on with the hitbox? I'm too low to the ground. Possibly, but all the other tools and weapons doesn't have that problem, only for swords. Maybe this hit? Maybe that hit works? Only that hit works? I guess I cannot use swords, but there is mace, so maybe I can use that. Wonder if they're gonna be the same though. Let me try making a mess then. Wood, bronze and leather scrap, that's a lot of bronze. I don't think I have enough. Cover that. No. Am I gonna go get copper again? I mean, I guess I should. Fine. I think south or somewhere is a lot. Let me check south. I think nearby south is a lot of copper ore, copper deposit, I think. Yep, I'm glad I was right. See, like X works perfectly fine. Why? So they like to harass and then just runs away? Alright, let's get back. I wanna make a maze, so I wanna let me get more copper. X is slow, but hits hard. Must get all the copper. Oh, too much. Oh, didn't know that blind. Is this also Mario Kart? Oh, it is. I didn't know. Oh, I have more coal here. Getting some copper, very very nice. We can make some bronze now. Don't know if this is gonna be enough though. Oh my goodness, Rainbow Road? Heck yeah. And the best version of Rainbow Road? Heck yeah. I think there should be enough bronze for level 3 maze, I hope. Maze needs wood, leather scrap, and thing. Time to cut the tree. Give me wood. Oh, no, that worked. I don't trust that. Oh my god, it's the ending of Mario Kart Wii. Will you play Where Winds Meet? Go Steal Money, Go Prison? Isn't that like the MMO game that I heard so much about? A lot of people are playing it. I don't know if it's my jam though. It doesn't have any dragons in there. Like 0 it looks like. I mean it's like Wuxiapian or something like that, so Sekiro? The combat is like Sekiro? I am slightly tempted. But multiplayer? Oh no. I'm gone. That is correct. Let's hope Mace works. It's everything. Oh, that's an easy upgrade, okay. Well, there goes all the bronze. That was 20 exactly? Well, I'm the best. Well, since I can't use swords, you can build house too. There's PUBG. What the fuck? There's too many things. Isn't it like an MMO where you try to level up? Something like that? No? No more music? There we go. Don't know if I want to play Where Winds Meet, even though I saw a lot of people playing it. I don't know. If it's not MMO, I don't get to level up. I don't know. Chances are low that I'm probably gonna play it. I don't know about building house in a MMO, right? I'm gonna assume there's a lot of people like building houses as well, something like Once Human. Not a big fan of that. Let me rephrase that. I hated that actually. Like, why am I sharing all the spaces with everyone there? Right? Just, I don't like it. Right? When I want to build things, give me something like this, right? And then I can work my way, and I can build my own thing. There's a single player mode where you build house. Okay, that's a little bit tempting. Okay. So the combat is like Sekiro. That is tempting to me. Multiplayer mode have their own world? Wow. Once Human should have done that. That looks normal. Okay, Mace actually looks normal. Boss tree hit me because I didn't level anything. Oh, so there is leveling up, okay. Parry instead of dodge. Isn't Sekiro like very parry focused? As far as I know anyway. Like you have to parry until they get like staggered. Then you can do stuff to the boss or something. Sekiro is parry focused? Okay. Parry is just more fun. So there is like, you can choose how you want to play. If it's dodge focus, I would say Elden Ring. Yeah, Elden Ring Souls-like, right? Elden Ring, Dark Souls, those are like more focus on dodging. Making use of that iframes and shit. Okay, are we ready? Looking good, I guess. Let's craft one more. I know it's like unnecessary prepping, but I'm doing it anyway. It can build houses for people. Oh no, no! I just want to build for myself. People are gonna judge what I build. I mean, it's MMO. People are gonna be like, "What the hell are you doing?" or something like that. And if it's like a Malaysian or Asia server, it's like, "What fuck you do, huh? Walao," something like that, you know. It also has AI with quotation mark? Is it like AI generated stuff or just like AI controlled characters? Oh, players. Which is a big ew for you? I mean, never a big fan of AI. If it's like generative AI, then yeah, it's a big no. If it's like AI that's like, you know, AI controlled characters or like AI... It's Gen AI? Well, fuck that shit then. Uses it for voice lines? Oh, AI voice acting, huh? The whole game is played with AI? Wow. Shame. Such a shame. That just kills whatever interest I have with the game. That's why it's so huge? Yeah, huge. Huge for them. Don't think I'm touching that. 92 gigabytes? Jesus. Yeah, my PC don't even have space for it. Alright, let's go to the swamp for real this time. Double ew? That's an entirety of ew from me. Gen AI is so goddamn shitty. It shouldn't even exist, but god damn it. Like, no one's saying this enough, but fuck Gen AI, really. Like, AI can be used for good, but they use generative AI instead. It's so frustrating. It's like Arc Raider, I really love that game. Yeah, I saw Arc Raider with the AI stuff and it's like, yeah. On Blue Sky, people said it and it's like, oh shit, okay. Like, I'm sorry if I sound like a Puritan here or something like that, but it's really just because of AI. It's really making the... like, the bar or the level of game because of AI is just so shit right now because of AI. There's no love anymore. There's only money involved. Only money, right? I'm a rabid Gen AI hater. Oh, did it stun easily? Hell yeah. It's a free game, well, microtransactions, 100%. I'd rather play no game at all than Gen AI, same. I wouldn't touch Gen AI stuff. Like, I'm sorry, it's just no. Just go play Warframe instead. Also free and actually pretty genuinely free. Warframe? Hmm. Ay, 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 ay. We broke some stones. Warframe PvP is such a side thing. I mean, Roxas is like a PvP head, I'm pretty sure. I like premium currency in that game is tradable, so you can grind for something someone else who's paid to play. Now to trade for that. Where winds meet or Warframe. They basically put into peace some hardcore PvP fanboys and stuck it in the corner. Also the streaking? Heck yeah. Oh, Warframe. Okay, okay. Because I feel like that sounds sensible, honestly. Troll, kill. Must kill troll. You know, that's not a good idea, actually. Daily fight discount is rare. I think this went up to a 90% discount. Shiny. Oh, got some rocks. I want to cut that tree. Oh, I could cut it. Is it too hard or something? Shit. Might have been too hard. Alright, let's explore more of this place then. Oh, too hard it says, okay. Not afraid of you. Okay, poison resistance good. Too hard? No such thing. What is that? Oh, that's what you get for being too tall. Dum-dum. Try being smaller. There's hardly any rocks here. Maybe the game knows I should have brought like a stack of rocks with me. Even that's probably not gonna help us much. Oh, I need this. Did you make a portal? At the merchant I did, and it's not too far from here, so it's all good. I parried the wrong thing. Holy, the poison is really bad. Thank goodness I have the thing. Yeah, it doesn't give me a lot of like... It doesn't give me a lot of similar regeneration as well. It might be because it's nighttime, question mark? So, like, I'm cold. But this is feasible, actually, so I like it. That works. That's a different colored looking block. Hello. Oozer. Help. Holy shit. Oh. Yeah, that makes sense. Kitty time. Oh. Oh my god, for sure, kitty. Hell yeah. Whatever it is that you said, I agree. Having a hoe is really good here. Oh, there's rock nearby. me just a little bit, should be fine. Nice. Well, I guess I'm exploring quite nicely here. With the help of rocks and shit. More oozer? Nice. Hello. Hi, Lupo. Hello. Oi, makan. Get fucked. Okay, twinkle, Lupo. Oh, my health is not looking good. I got a chain. Big block. The oozer. Let me heal first. Feeling a bit tired and still 4.5 hours of work left, but it is Friday. Ooh. Well, at least it is Friday. Good luck with the rest of 4.5 hours of work. Aha. Hopefully being here helps a little bit. With the tiredness, I mean. We've brought heals. Mace is so good, actually. So, I'm not too sure what my ultimate goal of being in Swamp is. Maybe there's like a new minerals that I can get here? Oh, day 52. Oh, I don't have wood. Got him. Does the game let you use custom models or using a mod? I'm using a mod. The mod allows you to load your own VRM models, like this one. So when I hit them, they'll run away like that, okay? I mean, that's fair. Okay, health looking good again. Let's keep going. Custom mod lane. I didn't know you know how to use a Malaysian expression. Custom mod lane. Oh, threat. Now I have too many things. Leech trophy? Just keep exploring. Maybe I'll see something new. I mean, there is new tree. With the ancient bark, I can make bonfire. Guk sack. Oh. No? Guk. I can make a green band. Green canner? Green canner? Green canner? So I can cut out Guk sack. But that doesn't really allow me to build something new other than the banner, which is not that useful, I would say. Oh, custom mod lah, if you feel a bit correctly. Custom mod lah. If you want to feel a little bit annoyed, then yeah. Or if you want to feel unsure, then you say custom mod A. That's the unsure expression. Oh wait, a little bit annoyed would be custom mod law. No, I think La is more annoyed. Law is slightly less annoyed, but still a little bit on the people in competitive games sometimes say nice La. Nice La. Nice La. Holy shit. What's going on? Oh my god, I don't know what happened, but I keep dying. I think Gua is also used at the end, right? Sometimes we don't really use Gua as much, but Gua is replaced by A because they are essentially the same meaning. Like Gua, yeah, Gua A, almost the same. Well, time to run back there and get my stuff again. Wait, I need to eat something. I think I have the Queen's Gem over there. Hey. Let me bring like... I think there's more. Yeah, there we go. Wait. Done? Oh! Medium healing mead. Hacking me, yip up. Yip. What? Hope Evie is doing good. Hello, hello. Right, let's go back. Let's go get back my stuff. It wasn't too far, and I did make a road for it, so it should be fine. But yeah, the Draugr is annoying to deal with. Like, they are... Especially the archer can shoot from afar, and I think there was like a 1-star archer, that's why I got like staggered by each shot. Hope you're doing good, Evie. Hey. Look, Evie, I made a bridge. Well, kind of a bridge, I guess. I made bridge. Wow. Heck yeah. That is so much easier. Ooh, that's... I don't have poison resistance, so I have to be mindful. I'm definitely going to get poisoned by them, since when I get close to them, they just spread poison. So let's wait until there. Okay. blob trophy. Smelly lump of sticky matter. Oh. Okay, let's not bring too many stuff. Almost to my death. Almost to my last place of death. Oh wait, that was the workbench wood. The enemies are still there. It's kinda hard to fight them there because... Uh-oh. Well, that's what you get for being too tall. That's the archer, I think. I guess I'm too short. That's the one-star archer, I think. Holy! Oh, you can still shoot there. What is that arrow? It shot through.
Til-Ra is a cutie.
Oh. Til-Ra? Til-Ra T-pose. I'm gonna cry. What the fuck is that? It fucking shot through my... It shot through my fucking buckler. Like, how strong do you expect me to be? When I only have bronze to work with? Like, what the hell was that? Right? A foul smell from the swamp. You... You think this is a joke? Oh, you think this is a joke? Alright, okay. Okay. The game just wants to raid when I die, but never raid when I'm fully like prepared for it. Okay. I see how it is, you fucking game. Okay. For 2 days, there isn't a single raid. 2 literal days that I'm playing Valheim. No raid. It is when I decided to fucking die because I explore a new place and they raid now? That pissed me off, man. Alright, you want that shit? Okay. Disgusting. Absolute fucking disgusting. I didn't know this game has a kink about kicking like stabbing people while they're like at the lowest point possible. But I guess now I know. That was absolutely shitty. How about trying to kick your way down? Something like that. Like I was so fully equipped and never a single raid. And now the game just be like, oh hey, raid incoming. Oh, prepare yourself. You're gonna have a bit of a raid going on while you have no health. And it's like, yeah. Okay, sure. Armor upgrade? What can I upgrade to? Like, I only have bronze and the bronze armor is lower than my current armor. And I don't have that modifier anymore, right? That I'm just taking that armor. No more modifier. No weak against physical damage anymore. Just that armor. Cannot believe it, this game. Like I have dropped in bed. Like I have like no drop inventory when I'm dead. So if that happens, if I play the game normally, I will not be able to survive anything. So fucked up. Many bones. Oh, are there any bones here? Oh yeah, I don't have hammer. Let me just drop everything here. Sorry, didn't mean to yell at you, Zeus. That was my bad. I was upset that the raid timing is really bad. Right, let's go get my stuff again. Bronze buckler level 3. So I can only parry it. And then the archer has different timing of shooting. Okay. I see why the game is hard now. When an arrow can shoot through a when an arrow can shoot through a shield, we have a problem here. But it is what it is. I'll get used to it. Because so far the game is like, oh, everything is telegraphed, right? So that you have time to parry. Like all the melee attacks you can react to, the rocks you can react to. And then Archer, like the skeleton Archer has like a very distinct timing, but the Draugr Archer has different timings. And it's like, and then the Draugr Archer shoots through the shield, staggers you if you block, and you need to parry it, if not you're dead, essentially. Which kind of makes Swamp sucks. Big time, actually. It is a 1-star. Still, having different timing of shooting is kind of fucked up, no? At least I can sort of nullify this thing. Just don't hit different elevation. Yeah, Leech can have that. You're so tight they don't hit you with the swing? Yeah, only Draugr so far, so... Blessings, blessings. Jump once. Aww. Oh yeah, I have Corpse Run. Thank you very much. I actually got so lucky being able to parry that.
Cute bold yes. 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 Very, 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 very cute bold.
Ink in the milk. Wrong copy paste. Alright, who's Celeste rating, huh? Alright, I can drink again. Oh, it's too long? Oh. Yeah, the text is still there. The kitty lives on. Why is there a runestone there? What the heck? I pressed the wrong button. Whoa.
Tilra, Tilra, Tilera, Tilra, our Kobold is Kobold in any language, and Kobold named Tilra is cute.
Kobold?
I mean, Tilrea, Tilra, Tilra raw, ahum, I mean Tilra Tilra. Or heck, look, the point is, you're adorable.
Kobold is Kobold in any language. Kobold in Tira, Tiran, Tiri, Tira, Tirara, Ra. Heck. But what if Eevee is cute though? Fear not that the gods have abandoned you. Valheim drifts from the world tree, and the Vanir cannot come in arms to this world, but still they watch from afar. Keep them ever in your mind. If your faith is strong, they may send you a sign. What? It just pooped and it smells bad. Oh no. Bind up the mouth if it starts to whisper. Oh. A link of iron chain. I mean, I killed a rave and a rave gave me a chain. And I think the chain did unlock something, right? This one, Forge Battles, Deer Hide, and 4 chains? 2 chains? What's the target of this game? Is it some kind of fighter boss? To my understanding, you are trying to get through every biome and get the boss of each biome. Something like that, I would say, yeah. See? Basically kind of like Terraria. I only played Terraria for a little bit, so I can't say much for that. Tiny island? So there's just one piece of swamp. Maybe through here there's more? So Terraria is also like a biome to biome progression. I mean, last time I played biome because everyone was too good, and I allowed people to join my room, and the people were too good, so I didn't really learn anything. And apparently I just got to like whatever boss that is. Didn't really have any experience with the game, so yeah. Such a good game, but I probably would have dropped it if a friend didn't carry me through the first few bosses. I would have kind of lost. That's fair too. I'm still touching water. I don't think that's a good idea. Yo, been vibing, sorry to lurk. No. Okay, look, never be sorry about lurking, honestly, right? Honestly, lurking helps a lot, right? Even if you're just vibing, you are not interacting with the stream, lurking is very, very nice, so... I appreciate the lurk, right? Thank you. Also, hi. Burn out after Thanksgiving, then get some rest. You keep lurking if you want, it's totally fine, right? Lurking is very valid, so heck yeah, thanks again. Wait, let me... Okay, there we go. Yay. Can you hit me here? Yes, you can. Nearly pooped myself when I see that the evil presence is watching you for the first time. I think you said this is the first time playing this? First time experiencing after the Black Forest, yes. Well, technically, yeah, first time. You're solving the swamp like a champ. Really? I mean, I died so many times to the swamp. Hey, I'll take it.
Yep.
Sword doesn't work with my model, which is kind of weird. I need more rock. And I think that's a rock. Caw? How did that whip that? Oh, I found some rock. Wait, that's Black Forest. I wasted so many rock for this? Am I stupid? I might be actually. So there. Maybe I need to like... I don't do... What if I go back here and go up? Because this looks like only a small piece of swamp, question mark? Yay. Like here. So maybe if I go up, here seems to have a color change, question mark? Also, let me... Small? As Kobold? I mean, Kobold is small. I like being small. think I just saw something. Yeah. 1 star? Shit. If it's against a melee Dragger, then we could. Oh my god, I got so lucky. Maybe Draugr has a similar booting timing as well? Do a jump? Too far. Welpers. A little late, but it's better than nothing. Good enough.
Celeste 518 Celeste Pet the Kobo, Celeste 518 Celeste Pet the Kobo, Celeste 518 Celeste Pet the Kobo, Celeste 518
Celeste Pet?
Celeste Pet the Kobo.
Celeste Pet the Kobold? I'm gonna melt. The best pet. Oh my god. It's such a good pet emote, I'm gonna cry. And cry tears of joy. Are you Archer? Kobold cry? No. Cry tears of joy. That's the good kind of cry. What? Do you know I'm here? To be fair, I'm bright, so... Let's head back for now. I have too many things. Maybe I can find another, like, part of the swamp. Also, I'm just gonna pretend that I didn't see that troll. I hate that I can only sell shiny to that guy. I want my shiny though. I want to sell junk to you. My 10,000 resins. I guess I'll put trophies there. Fermented fish? Oh my god. Fermented fish is diabolical. So I need chain... I need 2 chains. Sorry, I need 4 chains to create an upgrade for the forge. Man, even 10,000 cards is not gonna be enough if I keep hoarding like this. I mean, now that I know I can just make a bridge quite easily, I could technically travel without any boat. It's probably gonna take a while for me to make the bridge, but I hate boats. I'm afraid of boats actually. Like, especially traveling in open sea like that. Like, ooh, it's so scary. Maybe I can keep going down. Maybe there's something. I mean, this is the mountain. Or I could try to go to the mountain? Question mark? No, I haven't done like exploring the thing. Do you have thalassophobia? I assume that's fear of deep sea. I would say yeah, because that scares me a lot. Yeah. Entrails and gut. I mean, blood bag is used to heal, and only heal, I'm pretty sure. Like this one. Wait, no, this is... Oh! I use this one. Medium healing. I need so much more raspberry actually. But then again, even if I make this much meat base, I don't think I can drink that fast. Because like whenever I want to heal in an instant, I cannot do it in an instant with a ton card. Because I have to equip the ton card and drink slowly without being able to walk anywhere. So like I'm just standing there letting them hit me. So sometimes I feel like, what's the point of letting me heal with a ton card when I cannot walk around? Oh, at least I cannot move a tiny bit when I'm trying to like drink the potion. I don't get that actually. It's kind of weird, but it is what it is. I guess we can try to explore somewhere else. We can try to go down. I guess we can try to go down, yeah. So once we're down, then I can try to see if there's like a swamp at a distance. And I can make a bridge there again. That's the plan. Let's do it. No more ore though, but I think I can farm ore when I'm off stream. Let's go south. Mario Kart music is such a bop, honestly. I like Mario Kart music. Okay. So that's the mountain. Let's keep going down for now. I shouldn't... I'm not too afraid of Black Forest anymore. Like, I'm okay with trolls and shit now. Trolls, bears, I can just deal with them quite easily. So long as I don't make a mistake and punch them on it, whack them properly, then we should be good. Oh. Why do you look different? Holy, that was so strong. What was safe at such a weird moment? Holy, what a bit. Maybe I should walk around the side so that I can check where the swamp is. There was a lot of grey dwarfs. A wooden spear? I'm actually keeping stones for now, since I needed stone for bridge building. Lots of stones, actually. Is that the swamp? Oh, it's just here. Wow. Oh, wow. Okay, let me change the portal spot. Let me just destroy that the thing. The portal. Suddenly it's getting really hard to talk. There sure is a lot of copper deposits here. Near a couple, of course you are collecting rocks. True. I mean, now that I have more carry weight, I can collect rocks more easily now without much trouble. I should be getting more raspberries instead of blueberries. I mean, not that I know there's any like use for blueberries currently, but there's a lot of use for raspberries. Right. So it's not here anymore. I know this is like out of nowhere, but I think out of so many things that I decided for myself, being a kobold is like the best decision I've ever made for myself. Right? It's like I've found my calling. Being a kobold. Right? I know out of nowhere, but it's just kinda how I feel, honestly. My cat's looking out the window and screaming. Whoa. Is there another elder? What the heck? Well, I'm not gonna go there. Oh wait. Kobold. Good kobold. Oh my god. Wait. I'm not blushing, you are. You are. Let's make a portal here. There we go. I mean, I can keep drinking the mead. Oh. We found another swamp. Oh. My ears itch. Okay, I'm back. Not yet. Like, goodness me, I never... Like, I never thought about this, but praises always makes me blush so hard. Oh no, you know. welcome the Kobold confessing stream, I guess. Ooh. Money? I think that's good enough. Not the archer. You mean like calling you wonderful? wait, wait, no. Practice. No, too late. 1, 1, 2. Okay. Hey, block. Too early. Block. Okay. Block. Too early. Okay. Okay, just need to practice a little bit, right? Very important to practice. I want to make like a place where I can be safe. Although I know I like praises, but most of the time it's kinda hard for me to accept praises as well, because it's like I don't know what I do to deserve that. Like I'm not doing anything amazing, I do not achieve anything good, to be honest, but it's weird how like praises just makes me feel very happy, you know? That's a lot of leech. Okay. When people say nice things to my brain, it's like, oh, they say that. I think they're lying. Exactly. Oh my god, yeah. It's like, it doesn't make sense. Like, sometimes I think that they're lying, sometimes I feel like they're being condescending. It's like... Yeah, my brain is like... always have a hard time trying to accept compliments, praises, yeah. Imposter syndrome sucks? Syndrome? Oh, it's kind of a mental illness, that one? Imposter syndrome? I didn't think about that. So not being able to accept compliments is kind of an imposter syndrome? Isn't imposter? I'm sorry, but isn't imposter like a mongoose thing? Oh my god! I can't believe I'm saying that. It's not really an illness, but a way of thinking. Amogus syndrome. Oh no! Not the Amogus! I think you just jump this one. That looks like a structure. Thank you. I have found as a whole most people want you well. I think I should believe that, right? When people compliment me, they mean it. They really mean it. I need to like shove that information to my brain. It's like they mean it. They really mean it. And every time when people compliment me, it's like, yep, they mean it. They mean it. I need to like keep telling myself that. So far, it kind of works, not gonna lie. And it's also like I can sort of accept compliments a little bit well now, which is a nice feeling. Oh. Learning the timing. Personally, pretty much the only people completely immune to Among Us syndrome are narcissists. There. True. It's not much, but leveling ground kind of works. Whoa. Don't come here. I don't want to get my blood soaked. Unless you're a Malzino, then that's a different story. But you're not, so get out of here. Malzino can get it any day. What would there be a structure here? It's just a brain thing where if you get 100 compliments and one insult is usually the insult you remember. Yeah, exactly. And that's normal for a human brain? I guess so. Crap, I need food. It's a little leeches. It's okay, I can kill all of them. Oops. I guess that works. So, what's the point of this? I can open door. Yay! Yay, door opening. Hooray for door opening. Wow! Riveting gameplay. Waypoints? They were the basis for European medicine for hundreds of years. Using leeches, right? I think I heard about that. When I played Valheim, one of the things I did was build a shanty town in the swamp and call it St. Petersburg. Shanty town? Oh, you hit me. Oh, now you don't hit me. The area where St. Petersburg is used to be a big old swamp. Ooh. Lore? Looks like at the distance there's like a big swamp. I guess we can try to go there? Shanty towns usually refer to coastal towns made out of spare materials. Oh, okay, okay. And that's Black Forest again. That swamp, that's Black Forest. So, looks like there's swamp at the distance. Bridge here. Okay, so I don't think I have enough materials to make bridge currently, but I can certainly start. It's there. I think I see swamp at the distance. Oh, yo, get him, Grey Dwarf, get him! Help me! Help me! Hit them! Hit them! Yeah! Yo, they're doing it! Well, they tried. Ow. You still have stuff to find in swamp? That looks like another swamp. Look at that tree. So I think that might be another swamp that I can explore. That one. That looks like a swamp tree. And it looks like this is just a small part of swamp here. And because over there is just another black forest again. So that's why I want to make a bridge to go there. It's going to be a long one, but it's gonna be worth it, I think. Let's make a workbench here as a start. Okay. And we're gonna go back to... Actually, I want to make a... Yeah. Actually, let's put the portal here. Why do I need blood back for? actually what time's now? It's already dark out. It's almost 7? I think I've seen the things as you explore. The things, as in the things that I need to find. Ooh. Oh, they're just killing leeches. They're actually killing leeches. Amazing. I forgot to ping. Okay, I can see the portal there, thank God. Good job. They did the thing so that I don't need to. Oh, thanks for helping. I think I can swim this small distance. Don't even need to swim actually. Okay. Let's clean stuff up and then change the portal place. And I also I think I can upgrade my forge now. I have 4 chains. This one. Deer hide, wood, and 4 chains. Okay. Why do I need entrails for? It didn't say I need it didn't say I need this for anything. At least this one I can make a yeah. I mean I can get like 10,000 entrails. I don't need to save them. Yeah. Entrails OP. I find it interesting how you know random memes in English. Did I just meme? What did I mean? Wait, what happened? Oh, 2 chains? Right, I heard about the 2 chains thing. I don't know where it came from though, like 2 chains? Wood, deer hide. Oh no, I'm woodless. I actually don't know how to count. And wood. Did that thing just appear out of nowhere? That Grey Dwarf Shaman. You don't want to let me. Yeah, I wanna train my blocking skill. Can I up my block level like this? Just an artist who named himself 2 Chains, and whenever he cameos in a song, they were introduced him by saying his name like that. 2 Chains? I like it. 2 Chains? And since chains are a common thing, people would just say it when they see 2 chains. Oh, 2 chains. I just heard about it, but I don't know like where it came from or something like that. I just think it's kind of funny. Wood. I wanna play more, but I'm also hungry. Don't think that's parryable. Day 55. My left key on my keyboard is dying. Oh no. We need extra. Why is it so hard for me to talk all of a sudden? Am I hungry? Is that it? Yeah, it has to be it. I'm hungry. I cannot. Oh my god, I cannot talk. Nope. Can I not put you anywhere? What the hell? Like, how much space do you need? Has to be by the forge? It is by the forge. Like, the forge is just right there. Like, Oh, there you go. I guess it has to be by the forge. Like, it cannot just be by the forge, it has to be by the forge. What a weird little thing. Now why am I making more charcoal? I don't know. Coal good. I'm gonna put the wood outside. Yeah, I'm putting wood outside. It's easier for me to access. I put a trophy in. What do I do with this much fine wood? My god, Moonview Highway? Hell yeah. Cartography table? 2 bronze, 10 bone, 10 fine wood. Okay. Adding 2 leather scraps. 5 leather scraps, okay. And raspberry? Or raspberry and bone fragments. I may have a shit ton of him. Oh, bird! Record your exploration. With this table you can record and share your explorations of the 10th world. Use the toolbox to record your progress and take a look at the large map to copy what others have explored. Others, huh? Well, I don't think that's gonna be helpful. There's nothing new to copy. Yeah, sure. You have new cooking. It doesn't look like I have a new cooking recipe. So you got the materials? I don't think I got anything new today. Hanging brazier. I want to make a bonfire somewhere. Bring one. Maybe I should make a bonfire at the bridge that I'm about to make. Level 2 cauldron? Yeah, how do I upgrade a cauldron? I don't think I've seen anything I can upgrade a cauldron with. Thing was like 15 all the wood. Oh, 5. Ancient bark, cold wood, and... okay. Guess I'm actually very hungry and blur. I cannot do anything right. They're turnip sips? No, I've never seen that before. So it was south, right? To go there I need a shit ton of rocks, so... Oh, I need to cook something as well. 255? Oh... I need 20 carrots, okay. And I would need 5 blueberries? Oh, do I have enough deer meat? Oh no. I can only make 4. Shit, I need deer meat, I forgot. Well, it's fine. Is that it? Maybe with a bonfire I can make cauldron level 2? Okay, nothing, okay. Imagine if I can... What if it's actually using a bonfire on it? How stupid would that be? If it's actually like that, I'm gonna be very upset. Alright, let's make a bonfire here then. Holy. Oh, you did. Guess not. Maybe I just haven't unlocked the thing yet. But bonfire feels nice. I want to make a bonfire at the swamp area. The trophy, like these trophies, I don't even know what they do. So many questions. I need to find out. But then I'm hungry. Let's go south real quick then. Oh yeah, I didn't change the... Right, of course. Alright, let me change it now then. Oh. So, I need crafting station to dismantle things? Okay. Well, I'll keep it there then. No, there's no need to. Get out of here. Right, let's go to the place where I need to build the bridge from, and I'll build a bonfire there as well. Let's go. You're gonna jump? I'm good. They don't hurt as much. I didn't know leveling ground is this good. It definitely helps. Okay, let's not be this reckless. This is still the swamp. I don't want to die. No stone? Okay, it's okay. I think here is like safe enough. let's get back and... Oh wait, make a bonfire. You like bonfire? Do you like fire? Say you do. Say you do right now. Do you like bonfire? That hurts my eye, actually. If that's an ocean, I don't think we can make a bridge out of that. If it's ocean, then I'll make a ship on the broken bridge then. I'm just making a lot of charcoal and making a lot of coal, so that when I do decide to get more bronze, then it'll be a lot easier to do, right? Can I give one direction? Are you gonna sing? Like, no, right? Like that's a genuine question, not a one direction joke, right? just gonna make sure. Because I'm dumb when it comes to stuff like that. Wait, what does One Direction has music? Something beautiful. Oh, baby, you light up my world like nobody else. I remember that at least. I don't know, they were popular for like 4 months. That's fair. You know, 4 months of popularity? Better than nothing, I guess. I mean, when I was thinking of like One Direction, I don't know why. I just keep thinking of the Big Time Rush thing, like, oh, that one. I don't know why that keeps popping out of my brain. Did I really just drink all the poison resistance fruit? What? Holy shit, I drink a lot of mead, whatever that is. Potion. Okay, let's bring a shit ton of rocks there. We're probably gonna make a lot of like back and forth trips here. Incorporate plans, in my opinion? Maybe. Bonfire. Alright, let's do it. Kobold engineering. If it works, it works, I guess. Whoa. Is it this way? Oh shit, I cannot see. Oh wait, why did I think of that? Okay, we have rocks, right? So let's cheat for a bit. Infinite stone glitch. I mean, honestly, I could just go back and take my pile of stones at the base, but I don't know why I'm doing this. Reported? Oh shit. No, I'm gonna get banned by the Valheim police officer. I see it. Yeah, it's about that way. I think it might be because it's an ocean, right? So that's why it's not going up anymore. I guess that makes sense. Right, I cannot cheat. So I do have to make a boat? Oh. Fine. 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 Boat it is. Just gonna make sure that I cannot actually do it. Wait, I can? Yeah, not over that. So, yeah, I guess that is not the way, right? That is not the way. Should I extra bigger boat? Yeah, I have a bigger boat. Carve. I can make a carve. 20 resin, 10 deer hide, 30 fine wood, 80 bone snails. Lakes. Hello. Kobold in swamp. Kobold in swamp. I hate this swamp. Swamp sucks. Swamp stupid. No swamp. Angry kobold noises. Hope Lex is doing good. Thank you. The swamp is fine. But Drauga stupid. Drauga bully. Is for your fine Shrek and Donkey. What are you doing in my swamp? Sorry. Okay, let's make 80 nails. Eat people. There'll be a fun mod to add to this. Just sometimes you can hear Shrek screaming. What are you doing in my swamp? When you're in the swamp area. Okay, what do I need? Find wood. I think 35 wood? 10 deer hide? Okay. 35 wood, 10 deer hide, okay. And 20 resin, right? Resin, I mean... There, that's 20 exactly. That's kind of funny though. Yeah, we have a boat. Let's do it. So many bees? Yeah. Too many bees. Are the bees happy? They look pretty happy. Are they gonna hit my bow? What if I meet with another serpent? I swear to God, if I die, if I die at the area in the middle of the ocean. Right, here we go. Please don't have any serpents. That's all I ask. Like, I got lucky that I survived the first time, definitely not the second time. I should have brought the materials with me. Ay 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 ay. Alright, stop. Actually, go back. I'm taking the materials with me. I need I need to make a portal here instead. Because now that I know I cannot cheat, so portal to this swamp area. I think that's good enough. Alright. Off we go. Back there again. At least this boat is a lot faster than the raft. I don't like that. Well, that works. Okay. Sea monsters are with certain spawn conditions, so I just happen to get extremely unlucky then. I guess that makes sense. Hey, maybe it's lucky, who knows? Boat is moving. Can I drop anchor? Yeah, it was. Let's keep it closer to... Don't touch this log. should be good. Oh, that should help. Don't touch his luck, touches the luck immediately. Like, sometimes Kobold cannot help it. I have no rocks, okay. It would be nice to have some stones. Oh shit, I didn't portal, you're right. Thanks for reminding me. I guess I'll portal here. Just in case something bad happens, I still have the boat. Nice. Right, let's continue exploring a little bit more. Just a little bit more though. I'm hungry. I'm Kobold hungry. You can always eat in Valheim? True, but that doesn't help with my own hunger. Spawner? Spawner! Spawner back. Oh, that did it. Oh, wooden sledge? This should probably hurt more than it does. Two-handed? Is this stone? I mean, it's wooden. I don't think it's stone. It's a lot of ancient bark. Whoa. Wow, holy shit, Kobold. Oh, it's wooden though. I don't think it's that strong, but I like that. I like that weapon a lot. The hammer is bigger than you? I know, right? Because I'm small. Oh, 日本蚊隻字幕緊到先哪裡來的？有人要走真是。Alright. We can just keep leveling the ground, so we're good. Still gonna give him? Oh, you were not like trying to give me the one direction. I think one hint is okay. Yeah, please give me the hint. There was more upgrade path. Ooh. Ah, small upgrade path. Or both? No, both would be too greedy. So path as in where do I use the swamp key kind of path? Is that it? Because that would be nice. I want to get rid of the swamp key from my inventory. What do you expect to do for progression? Use the swamp key. That's my like expected progression. Swamp key is paraffin. I don't. No, I'm throwing it away. It's so annoying. It's like eating my inventory space. So if swamp key is really part of me now, then you need to find dungeons like the ones in Black Forest that have destructible walls. Each one needs swamp key to enter. That's why it's part of me. Oh no. Oh, that sucked. Well, not much I can do then. If I remember correctly, swamp key shows you the way when you are close. Oh, okay. Then... okay, I think that's a pretty good hint then, right? If swamp key would tell me if I'm close to a dungeon, then I think that's pretty good. might be tweaking. It's okay. I mean, I tweak a lot, so... Draugr Elite? Well, too bad you're too tall. This swamp is a lot of spawner. Maybe this swamp is the one. I'm glad I changed area then. The Muse of Melancholy. Hi. I remember that. Oh, am I? I'll try to remember that, yeah. Appreciate the kind words.
Emotional damage.
You're a wonderful woman that is cared for deeply by many? Really? Oh. Wow. I'll try to keep that in mind. Your presence brings joy to dozens and their lives would not be the same without you. I actually never thought about that, honestly. Like, me doing streams like this, right? I don't know if I'm actually like bringing joy to dozens of people and or am I making any difference here? But maybe I do, right? Maybe I do. Appreciate the kind words. More spawner, okay. You are changing the world of force that impacts hundreds simply by existing. Whoa, red. I don't know how I feel about all of those words. I don't know if I'm really making that much of a difference, honestly, but I'll keep in mind. Hopefully. There we go. Okay, I need to raise ground more. Get out of here. It's a one-star Draugr. I need to destroy this. And this. I can ignore the Draugr because I'm small, so I'm cheating, essentially. Maybe I'm onto something with this much spawner going on. Like, this is just a single small area. More hammer. What is the two? You're wonderful, we love you. Wow, well, I don't know where those compliments come from, but that made me feel a little dumbfounded, but I'll take it. Brave for doing the swarm solo and patient. Well, I've been kind of known for being super stubborn when it comes to stuff like this. I don't know if I'm brave though. I mean, I can't even play horror game, and I'll just like jump. I'll get so scared. Pistol in swamp? I should probably get some wood here. I mean, even though I did throw away some. But I don't think I want to get too many ancient bark though. I don't think it's that useful. And it is kind of heavy. Yeah, it's like a normal wood. Whoa. I don't have poison resistance. I have to kill this thing quick. Okay, let's drink the poison resistance. Need to finish this game. Spent so much time already. Is there like actual endgame to this game? Oh! It's okay. You hit me once, you're never gonna hit me again. No clue? It's okay. I mean, I was just curious. Structure like that. I'm further than you, so I don't think I want to spoil. Thank you. Appreciate that a lot. Oh, do it again. Oh. Hmm? What is that? You look like an elite, but you're too tall. Elite, my ace. Get out of here. I couldn't aim. Teeny tiny kobold. Oh, that's a rave. Okay, okay. I mean, I think I'm okay with trying to kill rave here because I want to get that chain. 2 chain? Oh, good one. I guess the tiny kobold is in there somewhere. Shoot first, no matter what. Give me the chain, give me the chain. And boom. Won't spend many days here now. With the level ground, traversing around swamp is a lot easier. Don't back in the swamp. I'm trying not to. Combo so good in counter. I have Monster Hunter to thank for that, I think. I don't know what this is, but it looks so spooky. Don't like that. Yeah, that looks like ocean, so let's go there. Okay, there's still a lot of place for me to go still. I don't know if this is intended, but it feels like shiny. It feels like level ground should not raise the ground like this, question mark? I think. Oh no. Well, that log is gone. What you gonna do, huh? What you gonna do, huh? Yeah, that's right, that's right. Oh, okay, I'm so sorry. This is fucking spawn behind me, what the fuck? Disgusting, the bully. Gonna try to stab when I saw the swamp next? Yeah. For sure, for sure. I mean, it seems to work for me, so maybe it's gonna help you as well, hopefully? Maybe? Hopefully? I don't think I want to get that guk. Definitely gonna need more stone. I'll just take on the leeches, they ain't too bad. I can take out the leeches, it's just that I cannot attack while I'm swimming. If I can, I don't need this anymore. I can jump this. Zui! Yeah, cut that tree, stupid. Well, something shiny. Oh, do I need to fight you? Okay. Okay. Someone just contacted me at Steam and told me that they SR report me and I should contact them to report the ban. Am I really... Yeah, it's a scam. It's a scam. Ooh, I mean, you're probably gonna be afraid of axe, don't you? Abomination. Don't! Fuck. Time to run. Wait. Of course that doesn't work. it's gone? It's going around for some time now. Oh yeah, that scam, right? I'm the lucky few who hasn't got hit by it yet, and I kinda want to keep it that way. These guys tough, very tough. The healing is so slow. Well, guess I'm going down. Sunken crits. Oi! 一条毛啊，真的是，你是还没有准备好，你在那边打，真的是。Muddy scrap pile. What did I get from this? Scrap iron? I already hate this place. I already hate this place. Whoa. That's too heavy. How much is this? 300? This is 12. Ruby is 1. So you're probably gonna be too short. It's kind of satisfying when the poop drops in this, not gonna lie. Yeah, they break very easily. I like it. Are those? Oops. Ember. So I have scrap iron now. Can be smelted and used again? Okay! Gonna head out though and go like, okay, thank you. Yeah, do that. do that. Do that would be nice. Let's get out of here. I'm gonna bring that scrap iron back. Let's get back. Swarm stinky. Okay. Scraps is coming from mining the walls. Also, I don't think you can teleport it. It's okay. I have it enabled to teleport it. I have it enabled so that I can transport copper, copper tin, all works. I want to have it easy. So institute and man for everyone. That's fair. No harm done. No worries. Wicked. Going back. We're gonna have new iron now? Finally? Can I have a bigger chest, like an actual chest instead of using cart? Hmm? Oh, I have the world modifier, enabling transporting minerals through portals. Essentially cheating, but in a good way. The official way. Yeah. Can I have a bigger chest? Both ways. Can I have bigger chest and can I have bigger chest? Right? Two chains? I think it's time to make more mead, which also means I need to walk around here to find raspberries. I remember there are like multiple raspberry bushes around here. Did the bee just... a bee just broke? Well, I'm keeping the bee here. I need raspberries. These are too close together.
You got your baited.
I haven't heard that in so long. The master of bait. Nice. What if I'm masturbating? Maybe I'm not. Okay, that's that's too on the nose. Welcome. Oh, this one is too close. Why are you so macam one? What? You happy now? Thank you. It's the Jeremy. Well, I have a shit ton of honey, but not raspberries. I need to make some poison resistance. Right, let's see, poison resistance and what else? I have 5 fermenter. So medium healing, 2 medium healing, 2 poison. Yeah, 2 fish resistance. Okay, let's see what I need. I forgot. Medium healing. So 20 raspberry blood bag. Dandelion. Take this. Blood bag. I think raspberries is outside. There we go. Poison resistance needs this. God damn it. It's okay, fire, okay. Fire is fine. What do I need for stamina again? Oh. Do I have yellow mushroom? Not much. Nice, there we go. That uses some honey, very nice. I also need more deer meat, so I guess I'm gonna roam around the meadows for a little bit. But that's gonna be me doing that off stream because I'm very hungry and it's already getting really late. Wait, I need food. Feed to Kobold and give me food. I'm gonna bite you. Wait, I'm gonna bite the food, not you. Iron axe, battle axe, huntsman bow. Holy, what am I looking at? Iron pickaxe? Oh my god. Serpent skill shield? Horn of celebration? Excuse me? Food preparation table, iron cooking station. What the fuck? There's so many things. Holy, it never stops? Reinforced chest. Where? Oh fuck, where's the reinforced chest? Oh, increase armor and a quick burst of health regeneration. Oh, this is so good. 5 iron, 5 ancient bark, and 1 leech trophy. I can have 2 trinkets, right? Have a tasty meal, thank you. I don't mind being bitten by a bolt. I wanna bite Tekken. Is there like a new crafting station? Ooh, huntsman bow. Finely worked and strung huntsman joy. That looks so cool. Battle axe is two-handed. That looks so cool. Oh my god, progress. This is what I'm talking about. Serpent Scale Shield. Resistant versus Pierce. A sturdy shield of overlapping scales. I want to make this first. 5 iron, 5 ancient bark, and leech trophy. No reinforced chest though, I'm not seeing that. 1 leech trophy. 5 ancient. Oh my god. Shut the fuck up! I'm busy! Oh, music's gone. Oh yeah, it's already 8:30. Oh my god. I have to end here. Oh, wait, let me make that one thing first. Iron, right? Back to some iron? I hate those things with fucking passion. Like, what are they doing? They don't want to fight me, they're just there to annoy the shit out of me. Like, fuck them. I'm angry. Like, if they're actively trying to chase me down and fight me, that's good, right? That's okay. What they're doing is just they're running around wasting my precious time and doing fuck all. It's like, oh my god. Oh. That works. Well, I'm done playing with you. I can just use iron on its own. That's so good. Definitely need more. This is way easier than tin and copper, right? Like, way easier. A fist-sized lump of iron on a wooden shaft. Banded shield. Style? Oh. Huh? Whoa, what? I want to make this. Study shield overlapping scales. I think I have 8 serpent scales. I think I have just enough actually. Nope, I have a little bit more than that. What's that? 10 fine wood? Making that shield, and let's call it a day. No! I'm doing it again! No! 4 serpent scale. Do I have enough? 1 less, right? Yeah, unfortunate. It's okay though. Ooh. Oh my god, look at that shield! Ta-da. God damn! That's the best shield ever. Oh, it does lower my movement speed drastically though. I'm done playing with you. Just gonna throw away all the bronze stuff now. What else can I make? Oh. Ion? Hello, Ion. Sword doesn't work for whatever reason. Ancient bark spear. Oh yeah, I should make an iron axe, right? 20 iron, wood, leather, scraps. No, I have to stop here, I have to stop here. I cannot just keep making things. No. Save. It's almost 8:30 p.m. Wow. Wow. I'm not playing it enough. I want to play more. Oh, I closed it. No. No. I cannot believe I closed it. Alright. Am I feeling... do I feel like raiding out? I kinda do... What? Salo is still streaming? What? What the fuck? Salo streaming for 12 hours? Get hacking food, I will. Mahjong Soul. It's all... Why there's so many Chinese? Oh, he's playing Mahjong? Sounds like a Salo. Honestly, yeah, that is very Salo. Well, I'll rate Salo real quick, but let me just plug my things super fast, right? Lightning round. I have a coffee. Coffee helps. Coffee very nice. Coffee helps, right? And tell them about it, Bernie.
I am once again asking for your financial support.
Thanks, Bernie. There's also a membership thing where we can support monthly in coffee as well, as low as $1 per month. That helps a lot, right? So there we go. And I also have a Discord channel. Discord, good. Dragon Simping Corner, nice. And I announced my stream stuff over there. And recently I've started to announce my stream stuff on Blue Sky as well. But fair warning, my Blue Sky is very dirty. So there we go, right? And here's the raid message. I know Salo is a kobold, right? I'm a kobold. I still want to ask for uppies, and Salo is pretty strong, so... There, I typed in the raid. Kobold need shower then? Yeah, definitely I need shower. So, let's raid Salo. Before the raid though. Before the raid, Kobo wants to say thank you all so much for joining with me today. really appreciate all of you. Love you so much. And also know that you guys are heckin' loved, valid, and matter. Very valuable. Kobold loves y'all, alright? And here comes the raid to Sano. Thanks for stream. Thanks for being here. Thanks for making me happy. I cannot, on a side note, I cannot wait for the Kobold story Trenchcoat adventure to come up. For real, for real. Like, goodness me. I want to play that game so much. I'm actually gonna press the raid now button because I'm very hungry. I cannot talk anymore. I'll play more Valheim tomorrow. Yeah, tomorrow I'll play more Valheim. So Saturday, Sunday. Do I play Counter-Strike on Monday? I'm not too sure, but I do feel like I want to play Valheim more these days, so consume Valheim sausage, eat Valheim food. I need to make a deer stew and a carrot soup and a boar jerky. Imbibe Valheim mead. What's a mead? What's a mead? I don't know. Well, I don't need to press the right now button anymore, so there. Take care, everyone. Kobold loves y'all. Mwah. Take care, take care. Bye, 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 bye. Honey wine? Oh, it's a wine. Okay, okay. A drink made of honey. Okay, okay. Now I know. Well, meat sounds good, actually. Bye, bye.